Formula One leaves the Middle East behind and heads down under. It's another street circuit, but this time we're in Albert Park, Melbourne. So it's the third round of the season. So far, Red Bull have been the dominating force, winning race 1 and race 2. Now we're in Australia, followed by Azerbaijan in a month's time, and then Miami. Back to a road course for Emilia-Romagna and Imola before Monaco, Spain, Canada, Austria. Then we go over to the British Grand Prix in early July, as well as Hungary and Belgium to the summer break. Then Netherlands, Italy round out the European season. Singapore, Japan, Qatar then take us through, followed by the Americas races, United States, Mexico, Brazil and Las Vegas, and the season rounds out back in the Middle East in Abu Dhabi. So Max Verstappen leads the drivers' standings on 44 points, a point clear of Sergio Perez. Alonso is on 30 points, but it's Sainz and Hamilton tied for 5th on 20 points, 2 clear of Russell. Then it's Stroll, Leclerc and Bottas and Ocon rounding out the top 10. Gasly in 11th place, same points as Ocon and Bottas as well. Magnussen on 1, the same as Albon. Sonoda, Hulkenberg, Sargent, Zhou, De Vries, Piastri, Norris yet to score any points. In the Constructors' Championship, lead on 87 points to Aston Martin and Mercedes, both on 38. Ferrari have 26 points, Alpine on 8, 4 clear of Alfa Romeo. Haas and Williams on 1 point, no points at all though for AlphaTauri, and alarmingly McLaren in 10th. 58 laps ahead of us, it's race time for the 2023 Australian Grand Prix at Albert Park, Melbourne. Let's take a look at the Albert Park circuit in Melbourne. 3297 miles, 14 turns, modified for the first time since 1996, only a few years ago. It's a fast-flowing circuit that now provides overtaking. Get a good strong exit out of the last corner and boot it hard. 8th gear by the time you reach the control line. Head down towards turn 1. Only flick down by 2 gears as well. Get most power through the corner. Drift through turn 2. Open up the DRS on the run down towards turn 3. Villeneuve, Alonso and Martin Brundle all end up in the gravel chop there. Hard on the brakes as well. Back on the power. You've now got more room to let the car drift wide. Fastest part of the track coming up as well as you sweep through. Now, what used to be a braking zone, now just a light tap of the brakes and carry a lot of speed in. The reprofiled turn 7. Down now through 8 and 9. Used to be a chicane area of the track. Now it's just a basic straight. They don't even consider it a corner on Bayside View. Down now to a long sweeping turn 9 as well. Keep to the inside. Drift out to the outside. Drop down 2 gears. Flick the car in. Back on the power. Turn 11 now, one of the most crucial parts of the track to try and make an overtaking spot. It's a hard 90 right-hander. Hit the brakes hard all the way down, 5th gear. Maybe 4th if you're feeling a little bit too much speed coming through the corner as well. Now into the unmodified part of the track from the previous years. This last corner, always a problem. Carry in just as little speed as possible. Don't get a rear wheel on the grass. Boot it hard at the last corner. Open up the DRS and hurtle down towards the line. And that is a lap of the Albert Park Street Circuit in Australia. Do you come from a land down under? Is the question that everyone's been asked this weekend. Well, we've adjusted our body clocks, we've got ourselves ready. I think we're all set to go. Good day, mate. Welcome to the Australian Grand Prix of 2023, round 3 of the season as well. The opening 2 races has been won but dominated by Red Bull. They lead the Constructors' Championship and the Drivers' Championship, but today they've been dealt a hammer blow. Sergio Perez has taken a 3rd control electronic system and a new energy store as well, meaning that he starts this race from the pit lane. Joining him will be Valtteri Bottas, 18 cars on the grid as well, being led down to turn 1 by Max Verstappen in the Red Bull. Russell is 2nd, Hamilton 3rd with Alonso 4th, the first time they've shared a row since Australia 2007. It's going to be a fantastic race. Hello everybody, welcome to the coverage. Tom Dillon will be joining us shortly as well as we sync up with USRN, who celebrate their 6th anniversary as broadcasters, and we get the special F1 race as well. And Megan Birch will be joining us as well shortly before the lights go out. Alongside me in the comments box right now, there is our usual pundit of Josh Turner. Good morning to you, Josh. We've gone all night long and we've had some great chat with our other commentators in the podcast room as well, the com box. Now, though, the talking stopped, the action begins. We've had a fantastic Formula 2 and Formula 3. My question to you, the first one of the day, can Formula 1 deliver here in Australia?
Yeah, they can, and yeah, it's been quite good in the commentators chat. I think we can all agree that everyone in there has definitely helped us to stay awake. But as my TV is just turned off, well, but I'll get that turned on. But yes, it could deliver, but we could also have a bit of a disappointment. The amount of chaos that F2 and F3 have had. Could we see that as well in F1? But I don't know. I'm going to change because we're not even a couple of minutes in, and I was going to say the I word. It's going to be a good race, I think.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a very interesting one as well, as I'll just turn that down because Rachel Brooks actually went to speak with Oscar Piastri as well a few days ago. This is what you had to say in the interview.
Winner of the 2023 Grand Prix.
She was also talking with Valtteri Bottas as well. Let's have a word then, first of all, with Valtteri Bottas, who starts in the pit lane.
The spirit of Australia by playing a little bit of Australian bowls.
Okay.
But unfortunately, it's been raining all morning, and they want us to protect the green, so we're not going to do that.
Let's protect the green.
Let's protect the green. But there's still some fun stuff to do inside, so should we go check it out?
Yeah, sure. Let's go.
So here we are. We've got a couple of options. We've got some darts over there. There's also a pool table over there. I'm thinking pool. What do you think?
I actually prefer darts.
Really?
Yeah, but if you want, we can do pool.
I'll let you choose. If you prefer
Really?
darts...
Then let's do darts.
Okay, let's do darts. Okay, let me see how bad I am at this. This was your idea. Oh, gosh. You said aim for the 20, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, we've got some time.
You got 8.
We've got some time.
Oops.
Did you get that? Did you get it?
Of course.
Now, you walked in with a very nice hoodie, I saw. Some of your crew were wearing as well.
Yeah.
Can you show it to me?
I can. This man there is wearing it.
Is he your model? Wow.
Yeah, a bit of merchandise. Yeah.
So the mullet, is that now your new alter ego?
It seems like. Mullet life is good. It's the best life I've had so far. I really feel like now I can be who I am, which is quite nice, actually.
And that's mullet life.
That's mullet life, at least today.
That's great. Yeah. Fantastic. Okay. I feel like I should set you a target. Let's go. Outer ring, 18.
Okay, so double 18.
Double 18. Oh, that was very close. Oh my goodness. Oh, wow.
Did I get it? Yes.
You got it.
Good.
On that note, I think we should stop embarrassing me and maybe sit down and continue our chat.
Yeah, sure.
You've really emphasized in the past just how challenging not having a multi-year contract was for you. So now that you do have a multi-year contract with Alpha, how would you say that you are approaching things differently?
I think I can just focus more on the job, and it's just one kind of stress factor less, one thing less to worry. And yeah, I can also like really focus on the car development for long term, which is nice. So it's definitely better to have that kind of stability, you know.
In 2026, Audi's obviously joining the team, so it's going to be a big transition phase for everyone. Is that something that you are hoping to be a part of?
Normally you don't maybe think quite that far, but first of all, I think it's good for the team that everyone in the team knows there's a plan, you know, there's good stability. So that helps, and I think it is going to be an interesting project. I definitely see myself still on the grid then, so let's see.
You and Lewis have what I would call a bromance, And I don't know if you know this, but we did a lie detector test with Lewis very recently.
Who is your favourite ever teammate?
Valtteri.
So I want to know, is there a budding potential bromance between you and Joe? Or what is that relationship like?
It's good. It's really good. Like, we have good respect. We can really work together as a team, and he's just a nice guy, like really easy guy to deal with, and same for me. You know, I rarely have issues with people. So, and I feel like he's improved a lot since he joined the team. So, it's good to see.
2019, you won the Australian Grand Prix. And I think you've considered that as one of, if not your best victories in your F1 career.
I would say so, yeah.
Okay, so tell me what makes that victory so special to you?
It was because it felt so easy, you know. You rarely get that kind of feeling that everything just flows and you feel so under control, and it's easy to keep the focus, and it's just that state of mind, somehow that mental state triggered, and it was a good race.
So is that part of the reason you love coming back here? I mean, you've got a smile on your face about it now, great memories.
Yeah, for sure. It's always nice to come to a race when you had good success, you have good memories and feelings from the past, and also as the place, I love it, so combined, that's the reason.
Before we go, I want to know, what are your hopes for this race weekend?
Top 7 finish, that's my hope. I think that would be good progress from the last races and last year.
Okay, fantastic. Well, time will tell.
Yep.
Good luck.
Cool. Thank you.
And time certainly is telling as well, as Valtteri Bottas is starting this race from the pit lane as well. He did a 1:18.714 coming into qualifying. Josh, coming back to you as well. How negative is it for Bottas at the start of this season as well, with everything? Just looking at the standings as well, he's down way on the board, is Bottas. I mean, where is he? He's 9th at the moment on 4 points, and there was an 8th place finish in Bahrain. He has not had a point scoring finish in Saudi, and now he's having another difficult weekend here in Australia. It's really problematic, because neither Alfa Romeo has progressed from Q1 for here today. The worst performance of the year so far.
Yeah, it is, and it's really disappointing for Alfa Romeo. Hopefully they can pick up towards the halfway point of the season and towards the end of the season, but it's really not looking good for Alfa Romeo, and quite disappointing and quite problematic for Valtteri Bottas and Guan Yu, as you said. And you know how I said in chat, no, I wouldn't get my dartboard out.
Have you got the
Well,
dartboard?
guess what?
Dartboard?
I have definitely stayed true to my words.
Okay, and here comes the dartboard.
And I just dropped it very loudly on the floor, and it is 5:13.
Good morning, yeah, 5:13 in the morning, and we're all ready to go ship shape as well. There's the dartboard as well. Mine's around here somewhere. I don't know if it's in here or it's back in the house, but yeah, need a good dartboard. In fact, we found an area to put it in the garage as well, so we're
I
going
don't
to
have
put it
any
in as well.
darts though, currently.
Do you not?
Not with me, no.
Well, joining me now in the commentary box is Tom Dillon. Good morning to you, Tom, as you load in. Australian Grand Prix ready, or still battling fatigue? How have you handled the night?
Barely. I mean, I made the mistake of going for a nap for 45 minutes, and, 45 minutes sounds like a significantly longer amount of time than it turns out to be. But no, I'm happy, I'm here, and, it's all well and good when you hear the cars out of the pit lane, isn't it, Josh?
It really is, and it's coming up shortly as well. We'll be joining USRN as well. Tom's very kindly sorting everything out on USRN's side today, as we've been worried about my computer because it was having a bit of a paddy in Formula 3 and Formula 2. Should be okay for Formula 1 though, but we just want to make sure that we get everything ship shape. And by the time we reach Baku, by the way, we'll have another laptop device in the garage to stream USRN again, so all will be well. Tom, just coming to you as well. We've had the news, of course, that Perez and Bottas starting in the pit lane. What's your reaction? It's the weekend from hell for Sergio Perez. Crashed in qualifying, was nowhere in practice 3 with going off all the time. Is this the worst weekend to have an off moment in Danny Ricciardo's home country when he's here for the first time in 2023 at Red Bull?
No, I don't think so. I think maybe in terms of media pressure, yes, but in terms of Red Bull, I think they'll definitely be looking at everything very objectively and won't be reading too much into it. I mean, you know, at the end of the day, bad weekends happen, and it's unfortunate that it has happened at this stage for Perez. But you know, I don't think it'll be too big of a concern for them.
And we're just getting our YouTube chat open as well. As I've just, a friend of mine's actually just posted on Instagram, also on Be Real. I hope it's waking up early to watch the race. We're about to find out. 13 hours late. No, they're still they're celebrating, so they're having fun. So okay, not watching the Grand Prix then. Okay, we're getting the YouTube chat open as well because it's very active this morning already. 110 people have watched the pre-show. We haven't even got to the cars coming out on the track yet. Pit lane opens in 4 minutes time as well. So going through some of the messages, if it loads, here we go. So it's good morning to Dino Nat says, afternoon guys, please come close to the camera, need to do an eye bag check. Everyone put your eyes up towards your microphone cameras and just see, look, we're all okay, I promise. We feel tired, but I'm actually feeling quite pecky. It's the live action, isn't it, Josh and Tom? It gets the adrenaline going, you start to feel a bit better.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, go on, Tom.
I was going to say I'm just going to start to welcome in the USRN. I'll go on that in just a moment's time. But anyway, well, 2.5 minute intro for that.
Yeah, it's just a voiceover. If you want to go there, well, we should just sync up when the pit lane comes in. So if you want to press go on that and get it going, I'll keep up with the chat while you do that, Tom. And Tom, just let us know when we're on USRN. Just give us a countdown or something or other. Coming in as well. Apparently, it's a symptom of no sleep every second weekend, says Dio Nat. Well, that's me in October, really struggling then with the 5 night races in a row for MotoGP and Formula 1 being thrown in as well. No, I'm not getting the dartboard out as well. And then Josh got the dartboard out as well. Papaya for the win, says Dio Nat as well. Gonna have to put some hours in the sim this week, but I'll be joining Shadow soon and moving to the UK. Fantastic as well. What's that song called?
Not as bad as when I actually started playing darts. I think it was 2021 Belgium.
Yes, I remember that was during the 4-hour red flag period. Yeah, everyone was playing darts.
Had darts then. And we actually started playing that day. That's a race to forget, let's be honest.
Yeah, and Scott says, with Mercedes making substantial gains, should they stick with 0 side pods or continue with the B-spec car? I say stick with the 0 side pods at the moment. It could be working for them. And Nat says side pods as well. How long left, Tom, until we sync up with USRN?
Just a few moments, Josh. We've got about 1 minute and 20.
Okay, I've started the stopwatch, so I know when to go in as well. Just we'll go through. The pit lane is about to open. The DRS has been enabled around the 3 sectors. Martin Brundle isn't with us this weekend, so no Martin's grid walk, but we will be with Sky Sports. Ted Kravitz is here, so he'll be giving us the information from the pit lane. David Croft is up in the Sky F1 commentary box. He'll be joined by Jenson Button as well, and we might hear from them at some point during the race itself. Down in we've got Naomi Shift as well with Button, Karun Channock's around there as well, and Rachel Brooks will be hearing from them, and of course Simon Lazenby doing some interviews on the grid as well. So all will be fun and all will be safe as well, as the cars are just lining up at the end of the pit lane. The green light goes on in 20 seconds time, which is around about when we're going to sync up actually with USRN. So we've timed this to perfection, as well as Tom's been a genius with it all as well to throw down to the pit lane. I believe we've got 18 seconds, Tom.
You're close. We've got 15 now, so you're close enough.
Okay, I'll keep on going. Just give me like a 5 and I'll go in. We've still got enough time.
We're going now. Apparently, it just switched off. So here we go. I'll put you on now.
And welcome to everybody on USRN for the Australian Grand Prix. The green light is on, the pit lane is open, and the 120,000 fans are in attendance as well, all set to get going. Let's head down to the pits with Ted Kravitz. Karun Channock first.
The 2 Aston Martins lining up here with the home hero, Oscar Piastri, in his McLaren. Let's talk strategy, first of all. Pirelli reckon it's a slam dunk one-stop race. The fastest race, according to them, is starting on the medium tyre and then going on to the hard. The second fastest is starting on these red sidewalls, soft tyres, and moving onto the hard tyre. I don't expect anyone to do a two-stopper unless we get a safety car. Now, historically, there's a high chance of safety car here. 25 Grand Prix have been run around Albert Park in the recent era since '96. 14 of them have featured either a safety car or a virtual safety car. Lando Norris in his McLaren, he'll be hoping for a bit of luck in case the safety car comes along. They are way down the grid with quite a bit of drag. It's going to be hard for them to overtake. Let's spin around here because this guy, Nico Hulkenberg, what a star of qualifying, getting his Haas car into Q3, into the top 10. This is the Alpha Tauris. They have not had a great start of the season. Nick de Vries and Yuki Tsunoda. A lot of water coming out of the side pod there of that car, I say. But David Croft up in the commentary box. I tell you what, it's 34 degrees down here. I bet it's a bit cooler where you are.
Yeah, but I've had to turn the air conditioning off, Karun Chandler, because I'm expecting a hot one this afternoon. And what can this man do? Just leaving the garage now, that Red Bull garage, Max Verstappen on pole. Now, a new lap record yesterday for Max Verstappen, 1:16.7 to give him that pole position. And it's 10 years since Red Bull were last on pole here in Albert Park. Sebastian Vettel that day, nearly 11 seconds slower than Max's lap time yesterday. We can see the practice starts, and a very good practice start that was too, from the man leading the field. Now, that same race 10 years ago marks Lewis Hamilton's Mercedes debut, and the last time that Fernando Alonso finished on the podium here in Albert Park. Those two, of course, line up on the second row today. So thoughts of 2007 very fresh in the mind. If you remember that race, Lewis Hamilton's debut in Formula One, he went around the outside of the two-time world champion into the first corner, and we all went wow. Now, Fernando's also thinking back to the 2nd of April in 2006, the last time we raced on the 2nd of April here in Albert Park, where he won that day. So is that an omen for a surprise from the Spaniard this afternoon? Traffic problems already out there. Valtteri Bottas and Checo Perez will be starting from the pit lane today, getting a little bit too side by side out on the track. Now, George Russell, meanwhile, became the first teammate to out-qualify Lewis Hamilton in Melbourne since Jenson Button in 2010. JB won that day from 4th on the grid. Is that another omen? And from the pit lane, Sergio Perez, hoping for a happier Sunday than the Saturday sorrows in qualifying. Don't forget, he's the only driver ever to win a race after being last on lap 1. What can he do today here in Albert Park? Well, we're about half an hour away from finding out. Simon.
We are indeed. Official attendance today, 131,234, and a lot of those fans, Naomi, will be here to see Oscar Piastri. Obviously, they've lost the big personality of Daniel Ricciardo. Yes, of course, he's the third driver for Red Bull, but what about the future of this guy and the start that he's made in a struggling McLaren?
Yeah, I think unfortunately for both McLarens, it's been, you know, a bit of an unfortunate start to the season. They both had reliability issues out in Bahrain, and then last race in Jeddah, Oscar lost a bit of his front wing, which then, you know, clipped Lando. So they both haven't really been able to fully show their potential this season so far from the McLaren. I'm slightly surprised at how far down Oscar's qualified this weekend, because in Jeddah he was quite quick. Impressive qualifying from him, and I think he has a very bright future ahead of him. I mean, he's come in, 2 teams fighting over him. There's a reason for that, and you know, unfortunately for him, he hasn't really been able to have the fantastic first home Grand Prix for himself.
What you can say though is when you looked at the average qualifying deficit between from Daniel to Lando last year, you know, it roughly averaged out about half a second effectively, but it looks like Oscar's already close to that. He's stepped in, and I don't know, I think he is to the manner born. He looks like he's got a bright future.
Definitely. I mean, the way you can judge a driver's performance is the next most equal partner is the teammate, and he's put on a strong performance to be that close to Lando compared to Daniel, as you say, coming in hot. But yeah, today I think for him it's going to be about, you know, trying to make as many positions forward as he possibly can. He's starting all the way down in 16th. Didn't manage to get out of Q3 yesterday, but you know, he's going to have a race on his hands. I think, you know, all it's going to take is a little bit of luck and a lot of consistency in this race, and that mid-pack is so tight that there is a lot of opportunity to move forward here.
Okay, cars out on track now. You might have heard from Crofty. He was alluding to one of the starts that really stood out, and that was Lewis Hamilton around Fernando Alonso on his debut back in that year. It was announcing your arrival in style, and they were to go on to get so close, weren't they, in the year that Kimi Raikkonen won. But that was a great move, wasn't it? Fantastic move by Lewis Hamilton, one that everybody remembers. Let's go to the Skypad. Karun is there to talk about start time.
Lewis Hamilton talked about 2007, so let's get into it here. He started third on the grid in the McLaren on that occasion, behind his then teammate Fernando Alonso. Kimi Raikkonen in the Ferrari was on pole position. Now, off the line, it wasn't such a great start for Lewis. In fact, the BMW on that occasion of Robert Kubica got in front of him. But as they got down towards turn 1, Lewis sees the gap that's opening up here. He sees he's stuck behind Kubica. There isn't really a way for him down the inside. And he does this incredible switch to go all the way across the track. Bear in mind, this is his first ever lap in Formula 1 Grand Prix racing. And he goes for the outside all the way around. Fernando Alonso gets the move done. Brilliant bit of opportunism there, and got up from 5th to 3rd in just a few meters. So that was absolutely superb, and really laid down a benchmark. Let's go to last year's start. Lewis on this occasion starting 5th on the grid there. George Russell, the other Mercedes alongside on 3rd row of the grid. And they both made really good getaways. Up ahead of them, Lando Norris and Checo Perez didn't make as good a start. And watch this, at this point here, you got all 4 cars in a line. I mean, that is unbelievable. Now, normally, if you're the meat of the sandwich, that's a bad place to be. But Lewis, once again, went for the gap, saw the opportunity to just get through, squeeze past. George also passed Lando there, and actually Norris was on who backed out of it. So they all got through without incident. We have seen lots of incidents there at turn 1, but on that occasion, those guys all got through. Overtake is going to be really important for Checo Perez. The DRS is going to be pretty powerful here. It's a headwind on the run down towards turn 9, which is where we're watching him from last year. This was when he passed Hamilton, and he'll be looking to do more of this. They've got 2 sets of these hard tyres, which are brand new for today, and he will be looking to do more of this overtaking into the headwind with a 30k advantage of straight line speed.
Thank you very much, Karun, and we're back on with us all here, and it's time to introduce our guests. If you haven't been with us, as well as the drivers make their way to the grid, as we're on USON. Alongside me in the commentary box, Megan Birch is making her way into the box. She'll be here just before the lights went out. I've just gone and woken her up, as it's 5:30 here in the UK. And Josh Turner and Tom Dillon are already with me in the box as well. Guys, I want to start with some breaking news that I've received. Formula 1 teams have agreed to pursue a standalone sprint format for Baku. Plans to introduce a new qualifying and race on Saturday for the sprint only is coming in. So the teams now want... basically, Friday we'll have practice 1, then we'll have qualifying. That will set the grid for Sunday's race. And then on Saturday morning, we'll have another qualifying. That will set the grid for the sprint race, and then we've got the sprint. So basically, we're having an hour's qualifying on Saturday morning to set the grid for a 20-minute race. Tom, your thoughts?
You know, it's the better of 2 evils, I'm afraid to say, on that front. It's like, I don't want a sprint overall, but if I have to have a sprint that has no bearing on the actual Grand Prix, that is preferable for me. But at the end of the day, it's not great, is it?
It's not. Josh, can we just get around this by the fact that the grid sets the race, the sprint, the qualifying sets the grid for the sprint and the race itself, like in MotoGP, because that format's worked quite well in 2 races. So why don't Formula 1 just do that and then cut the practice 2 down to half an hour?
It's all confusing, let's be honest, and I can't even work my head around it as well, but it's just so confusing. Yeah. Why do we need 2 qualifying sessions for...
Yeah.
Why do we even need a sprint race? We've seen it. 3 sprint races was enough, more than enough. 6.
Well,
I think everyone can agree it's way too much.
It is, and we're going to go down now to the grid because it's time for Ted Kravitz and Jenson Button's grid walk.
Before him, Esteban Ocon weren't properly in their grid box and got penalties for it. They went to the stewards and the FIA and they agreed to widen the pit box. But I know it's only a little bit from here, where it was previously painted to here, but there's something about it. It just looks so much bigger.
It does look massive, and I think it just shows how big the cars have got, but also the visibility the guys have. They're great at looking forward, but when you're looking down to the tyre, it's very difficult. Also,
And what it means is that the drivers and the mechanics are having to play sort of snaky coming through.
Yeah, you're using all of the mechanics are on the car pushing it down. Normally it's a straight line to their grid spot. Now they're snaking it down past all the other cars because the grid spots are so wide.
Okay, I mean, listen, you know, we'll see what happens. Hopefully we won't get any more of the drivers getting penalties for not being in their grid box. What else are you interested in? I mean, the Ferraris, they've got a big job to do. Charles Leclerc so disappointed to be down there. I thought it was interesting, Carlos Sainz said that had everything gone well for them in qualifying, he would have been P3.
Yeah, both of the Ferraris, they didn't really get a lap together. They kind of lost, I think, around 2/10 on their laps. But, I mean, everyone can say the same thing, right? Ifs and buts. But the interesting thing for me, we talked about it a little earlier, but the Aston Martin, what a wonderful car they've built this year. And it looks like a very drivable car. It seems very consistent. And they've got these wonderful holes, haven't they? Above the side pods.
Let's take a look. We'll get out of the way so Lee can come in. I mean, that's a good question. What makes this Aston Martin so fast? And a real change, a real difference at these channels. And that's so deep, you could fit some shopping in there and actually not see it from the side. So what do those little channels do?
Well, they're not actually, from what I've heard, they're not feeding the diffuser. They're not feeding the rear wing. But it's taking away unwanted airflow to really delicate parts of the car that can be affected by airflow. We'll just get out the way of Lewis coming through there. But yeah, so it's basically making the car a bit more consistent through yaw and what have you, and that's probably why the car, to me, looks like the most drivable car on the grid.
Okay, yeah, I mean, most of the downforce will be coming from the floor. Mechanic here just checking that everything is okay. Don't know if we saw Fernando going over. Yeah, it's okay, good. Going over any curbs or anything. There is Fernando at the front of his car. So that channel here, you can think of it as a kind of red carpet for the air. It's telling the air where it wants to go so that it doesn't spill over and get involved in any of the crucial areas, which is the floor on there. Right, do you want to see if you can have a word with Fernando, or do you think he looks mucho intenso?
He does look mucho intenso. He doesn't normally like talking before the race.
Okay.
He's a guy that likes to focus. But we almost got eye contact then.
We did. Just the one win, but if something goes on with the Red Bulls, it's possible that he could be in contention for the win, because the race pace looks quicker than the Mercedes, doesn't it? On
the thing for me that's exciting is look who's alongside him. Lewis Hamilton. These two have, you know, they've had a few words to say this week through the media about each other, which is quite exciting. So no, turn one. A lot of action back here.
All right, and I know it's early in the morning, Jensen, but if you think about evening bedtime stories with your kids, have you ever done George and the Dragon?
I have done George and the Dragon,
okay,
yes.
Because we've got our own little George and the Dragon here. If you're George Russell, plucky George Russell from Kings Lynn, he's won one race in his F1 career. I'm sure he's got more championships to go, but he is surrounded today by some dragons, the quickest potentially of all Max Verstappen and 2 world championships, and Lewis Hamilton right beside him, and then Fernando Alonso right beside him. How many world championships have we got here?
Yeah, I mean, he's won one race, which is amazing in itself. But having these double world champions and a 7-time world champion, it's very impressive.
Oh, we've bumped into an old friend of yours.
Yes, we have. She looks a little bit deep in thought at the moment. Kylie? Kylie? Hello, it's Jensen. Jensen, how are you doing? Very good. Lovely to see you. Are you okay if we ask you a question? How excited are you about this Australian Grand Prix? It's been a while since I've seen you on the grid.
I think it was 2007 or 8, something like that. Yeah, we were all here together with my sister. So I've got one of my nephews here who is a tragic. He's an obsessive. So it means so much to be here in my hometown. Magnificent day and all this excitement.
So do you have anyone you're cheering for, or are you just cheering for a great race?
Just great general cheers.
Excellent. Well, enjoy yourself. Lovely to see you. See you.
There's Scotty James, the snowboarder, and soon to be. Hey, Scotty, how are you doing?
I'm very well, thank you. It's great to be in Melbourne. Sun's shining, it's all happening.
Now, you're sort of conflicted because you're a Red Bull athlete, obviously Olympic medalist, but you're soon to be brother-in-law of Lance Stroll. So who do you just to cheer for all of them.
Yeah, it's a pretty controversial conversation to be having, honestly. But yeah, you know, I'm a bit down here. I'm excited to cheer on the Bulls, and Aston's looking quick, so it's going to be exciting.
Do you think this is kind of crazy that you can get this close to the drivers sort of 15 minutes before they go into battle?
Honestly, it blows my mind. My competitions are not on this level, but even for me, it gets overwhelming when there's too many people around. So, and I'm not driving cars like this, so it's amazing that they have all these people around, and yeah, I mean, it's pretty special.
Awesome. Well, enjoy the race.
Cheers, Scotty. Okay, let's just have a thought about the Red Bulls, and then right behind him as we see Max Verstappen starting up. And that's an awful lot of smoke on there. Actually, there was a late change on George Russell's car. We were talking about him a little earlier. It was a sensor, which probably costs only £1.50, but the sensor went wrong on the gearbox, and that meant they had to change the gearbox. And then because they had to change the gearbox, they had to put the original suspension onto the new gearbox, and it's only just finished. Would George have been aware of all that changes?
They would have let him know, but you know, for the drivers sometimes it's better not to let them know too much information. The driver would never be involved in what's going on with the gearbox, but he trusts these guys, multiple world champions. They know what they're doing.
Okay, should we just in this last bit before we move down the grid say hello to Anthony Hamilton and family? Linda's here as well. Hi, Anthony. How are you doing? I'm here with my colleague here. You may know him. How are you? How's life? How are you finding it down here in Australia? Such a special place, isn't it? Remember, yeah, I was interested when Lewis was talking yesterday about that day in 2007. I bet you remember that day very well.
Remember that day. It was a great day. Great start to a Formula One career.
Yeah, well, it's not been a bad Formula One.
It's been okay.
Career's been okay.
It's been all right. So how is Lewis? How is Lewis feeling? How's the whole family feeling about this? This is a good qualifying effort yesterday. Excited about a good race.
Everybody's feeling good. Lewis is in a really good mood. As you know, you're always looking for something different on the race day, you know, strategy-wise, whether you go with the norm or you go against the norm. But I think it's such a long race and it's one stop, so you've got to go with what's safe.
He's struggled to get a feeling with the car. He says that he's not feeling the rear of the car so much. Yeah. But even so, to be able to put it third, only a 10th behind his teammate, he seems like he's getting his head around it.
Absolutely. I keep saying, you know, you've got to love the car, haven't you? And when you don't love the car, it's very difficult. But he's going to love it soon, I'm sure.
He will, I'm sure.
It's not bad. What I love about what Lewis said just before the race, he said, I'm going to take all the risks today. Yeah. And I know he does usually, but doesn't have a maybe not championship just yet to think about, but he's going to take all the risks today.
Well, I think when he said risks, you know, he's talking about different strategies, whether it's worth going different to everybody else. But, you know, he's got the team to think about and the team points to think about as well. So we'll see how he goes.
Fantastic. Anthony, Linda, lovely to see you. Thank you very much. We are going, Jensen, looking for Lando, but unfortunately for Lando, he's way back there. So Simon, take it away and we'll go looking for Lando.
You can't come to Australia without talking to a couple of cricketers, and there's usually a few out here. I can tell you that.
Wake up, Tom! We've got some cricketers.
And Mitchell Stark and Alyssa, you just recently won the T20 World Cup. How does the atmosphere here compare to cricket atmospheres?
I've never seen anything like this. This is so cool. I've never been up this close to people, cars, whatever it might be, and no one gets this access in cricket. So this is pretty cool.
Mitchell, I got in trouble with some fans out here because I brought up the recent India-Australia series, but you guys got us back in the one day.
Got you back in the one day. Yeah. We've got the Test Championship coming up too, so that might be the decider, I think.
Yeah, exactly. Listen, are you an F1 fan? Do you guys follow the season? How much are you into it?
Yeah, I watched it a little bit before Drive to Survive, but I think that's just created a new fan base, I think, and a new appreciation for it, and certainly watched it heavily since the start of that series, so it's unbelievable to be out here now.
So tell us, who do you guys support? Who's your money on today?
I mean, I don't know. We've got a soft spot for Mercedes, so we'd love them to do well, but I mean, you can't really go past Max at the minute, can you? I mean, we just saw him in there, look pretty focused, ready to go.
Well, never say never. Anything can happen.
Anything can happen,
you know what you're talking about. Mitch, I've got to ask you, we're huge cricket fans. The Ashes coming up this year against, let's face it, Ben Stokes' rejuvenated England team. How do you fancy that?
Unbelievable, yeah. It's, they're obviously playing an exciting brand of cricket. It's probably not the best time for us to play them, but I think the best time in cricket to play England, the Ashes, Bazball, Ronball. It'd be great to see. I think it's going to be exciting to be a part of, and hopefully it's a great spectacle to watch.
I want to ask you guys, because when you're on the grid here, you're seeing drivers, they're about to be interviewed by us and that sort of stuff. Can you imagine people like us being in the locker room as you guys are about to walk out on the MCG or at Lords. It's pretty unusual, isn't it,
Very
sport?
annoying as well. We're really, we really get under their skin so close to lights out.
That's what I mean. We've never seen this sort of access in cricket before, and you guys do it day in, day out at the F1, which is amazing. And yeah, there's people in your face as a driver walking, trying to get to your car, and there's people having selfies. But I think it's amazing, and I mean, I'm a fan of the sport since Drive to Survive, just simply because I got to know a lot of the drivers throughout that series, and I think coming here and experiencing it firsthand, I can see why the fans love it so much.
Enjoy it. It's a great day out. It's brilliant to talk to you both. I wish you a little bit of luck in the Ashes, but enjoy the day. Okay, let's hear from Max Verstappen with Rachel.
Max, can I grab a quick word? Fantastic job yesterday, Max. Weather's even come out for you today. What are your thoughts ahead of this race?
Yeah, I mean, normally it should be all right. It's a bit nicer today, a bit warmer. It's going to be interesting to see how the tyres are holding on, especially the softer compounds. But it should be okay.
Any thoughts about the start? I know you've got the outside line here, I should say. You've got to watch on the inside.
Yeah, I mean, of course they will try in lap 1. I just need to focus on myself, trying to have a good lap, good launch, and then we'll see.
Great stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so just want to pick me quick up because we're on USRN as well, and I want to talk cricket for a second before we head down. Tom, the cricket coming up, we just heard as well. It was an amazing Women's World Cup that we commentated on the final as well. And looking into it as well, we've got the Ashes coming up. Just talk to us a little bit about cricket and what USRN's coverage is this year.
Well, we're very excited, Josh. We've got, I think it's every day. At least a little bit covered of the Ashes this year. I apologise if I'm slurring a little bit. I've got to have mic monitoring on for USRN to work properly, so it's a little bit off-putting. But anyway, no, we're excited. I think we've got 50, 5 tests, 5 days, so 25 days of cricket, 2 hours a day. It's going to be very exciting.
Absolutely. Back down to Ted then with the grid.
Yeah, Jensen will have a word with him. I mean, what do you think it's going to be like for him? He's starting well down, but he's got to still perform, hasn't he?
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely not under pressure where he's starting, so he can kind of relax into it a little bit. And yeah, I mean, he knows what he's doing. He's got Mark Webber helping him out. He's had a very busy week. I'm sure he's a little bit tired, more tired than he'd like to be coming into his home Grand Prix, but he's got the support of the crowd here, and that means so much to a driver. He's the only Australian driver on the grid, so there's a lot of support, and he's confident in his own abilities, so he's got to take it as it comes, and it's still learning for him. He's still learning the strategy and learning these drivers he's racing against.
Okay, just final thought. There's going to be a great fight between Alex Albon, Esteban Ocon, Pierre Gasly for that last points-paying position. We can't take our eyes off that. It's going to be happening behind the front fight.
Yeah, it's going to be a good fight as Fernando just walks by. No, it's going to be a good fight. I mean, none of them really understand what's going to happen in the race here. They've not done long runs. It's a lot warmer than it was in practice. So, yeah, they're going to have to really think on their feet, and it's going to be interesting to see who comes out on top.
Okay, it's really hotting up down here. Simon, how's it at the front of the grid?
It's similar, but we found some shade. All the drivers who have made their way to the front of the grid.
Yep, we're all set then, ready to go for the Australian Grand Prix underway in around about 15 minutes. But first of all, it's time for the wonderful Australian National Anthem.
Let us rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is good by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains, then let us sing. Advance Australia fair.
Wonderful to hear the Australian national anthem and the digital flyover happening as well, just above us. Driver's going to be heading back. Let's head down to Simon.
In qualifying,
Picked up
what did you
Fernando.
take from that you can use in the race today?
Well, it's a different ball game today. Not much you can take into it. We just know we've got a decent car. We're quick on the straights, hard to overtake. Our race is more in our rearview mirrors than ahead of us, but we'll do our best. It's actually so different now. It's the hottest it's been all weekend. The car feels very different out there on track, so just got to adapt.
Does that play into your favour? That feeling of the car now, was that better? Did you feel
I felt
good?
like, honestly, yesterday we did a better job than most people. When it's different, we can outperform. Now I think everyone's going to come to us. Spoke to a few drivers, they all said it feels much better today, so it's a bit like, okay, but let's see.
Well, the drivers behind you all seem a bit annoyed because of your straight line speed. That's got to be the key, isn't it, to hold position and get some points?
It is, but honestly, the Alpines and the Hasses are within 2 kilometres of us down the straight, so they've got a very similar setup.
Okay, good luck.
Thanks, mate. Get on with it. Let's hear from Lando Norris.
Oh, you're eating, aren't you? I am. Do you need to swallow it first?
Giggity.
Go on, ask the question.
Okay, starting P13, Lando. I know it wasn't the qualifying you wanted. What have the team said overnight? What can you achieve today?
I mean, we put a plan in place. It's hard to know what we can achieve. We do need a little bit of luck. We need things to go our way, but we'll see. I don't know. We've got our strategies. There's not too much to do. You can do on strategy around here, but I'll try to race forward and overtake a few cars. Simple as that.
I'll let you finish your lunch. Thanks,
Thank
Lando.
you.
Difficult start. You know, they're plumb last. They've got, that's royalty. I know we've already heard from Kylie. We might try.
For God's sake, if it's not Rachel Brooks asking Lando Norris if he needs to swallow, and then it's Simon Lazenby coming back with a very under-the-radar, it's such a shame they always come last, isn't it? That's completely on the nose. And we're pre-watershed anyway, everywhere we are, so we have the ability to make those rude jokes. But what an atmosphere coming in. Okay then, boys. Who is your pick a winner? Let's get that locked in before the formation lap starts. I know Josh has been umming and ahhing, so I'll give him a couple of seconds to decide. Tom, what about you? Have you picked anybody who could be the best of the rest?
George Russell.
Oh, brave call. What's that going to happen to Verstappen then?
Something into turn 1. I think George Russell's going to pick up the win.
Josh?
Shall I be serious or not?
Have a guess. Rachel's with Sergio.
It's possible today.
We really think it's going to be a hard race because overtaking here will be difficult. The gradation is low, so it's going to be a tough race, but we will give everything we possibly can until the last lap.
4 DRS zones though, and there's a bit of a headwind as well down the back there. Is that going to help?
I really hope so.
Thanks, Jacko.
Headwind down the back. It's just innuendo bingo at the moment, isn't it? What? And now we've got some naked men on the grid. And I wish I was joking. A traditional Australian tribe is on the starting grid. What is this broadcast turning into? As well, we've got Rachel Brooks playing Glenn Quagmire in the pit lane, and we've got half-naked men on the start-finish line. Josh, save us. What's your prediction for the race?
Well, I mean, firstly, do you want me to be serious or not, Josh?
Always serious, and don't call me Shirley. I've lost him.
Serious, I really think Fernando Alonso, but I think Max Verstappen's either going to have something going on into turn 1 or is going to have downshift problems and going to have to retire the car. Sergio Perez, of course, starting from the pit lane, so he's not going to do anything. But also keep an eye on Lewis Hamilton. But for the memes, Oscar Piastri.
Okay, I knew you were going to say that. My pick a winner is Fernando Alonso for this following basis. His race pace is quicker than both the Mercedes. Verstappen, we just saw him having smoke on the grid. He's got a gremlin in the gearbox. Is that going to come into factor today? But also, he's lost his wingman. We've got Sergio Perez in the pit lane. Verstappen's going to have to defend 3 Mercedes-powered cars. I don't think so. I think today could be Fernando's day, and I'm so hoping it is, as well, as we're moments away from the start. Let's catch up with the chat. We just said SHT. We've answered your question about podium predictions. Scott says Alonso has been making lightning starts. I think he will pass Hamilton, maybe even Russell at turn 1. Hello to everyone, says Christian as well. SHT replied to Scott saying, I could see that happen, but it's not going to be that easy on this track, so we'll see how it went later. Morning to Jess, who's watching with her family as well. She was in the qualifying commentary yesterday. You said, Jess, about an Australian Grand Prix tradition, watching it with your family as well. I've swapped out Ian Birch, which is my usual commentary partner for these morning races, for Megan Birch directly alongside me in the commentary box. Josh and Tom make the evening more pleasant because Megan is going to be hitting me a lot. Do you have a hot drink yet? Megan has asked. No, and I don't want one, thank you. Just replied to her. That's her music you can hear in the background, her going as well. So Megan's asking me if I have a hot drink, and I've said not yet, thank you. Also, a friend of mine has just woken up saying I'm so tired as well. So it's getting there as well.
Relatable.
I'm just replying as well. Tom, save me here. Anything from USRN on the chat? Anyone chatting in USRN?
No, in fact, the only person on USRN that's listening is me.
Oh.
So.
Well, it's an early morning race over in the States as well. We've got 72 wonderful people on YouTube across the 1,355 that have tuned in pre-race. Another amazing pre-race show. I'm glad everyone's enjoying these as well this year with the more freedom to talk. Let's hand over to Simon to give us all the information about if you live in the UK and have a Sky race control.
Sky Q, Sky Glass and Sky Stream customers will be able to jump on board with any of the 20 Formula One drivers on this year's grid. Watch every race, sprint, qualifying and practice session from your favourite driver's perspective and listen in on their team radio.
So box. My tyres are okay, man. Short my run. Undercut threat.
To get started, all you need to do is download the Sky Sports app to your phone or tablet device, which you can do by scanning this QR code. Log in once with your Sky ID and head to the Sky Sports F1 channel to choose your driver. Sky Glass, Sky Stream and Sky Q customers can also access this experience via the red button on your remote control. Once you're there, you'll also find our new battle channel.
Keep the pressure on him, he's worried about his tyres. But we're happy to pick up the pace now. Yes! Bye-bye.
We'll be showing you the on-track battles taking place up and down the field that might not be shown on the main feed. Be sure to download the app or hit your red button to experience even more action this weekend.
Okay, here it comes then. It's the Australian Grand Prix of 2023. We've got blue skies. Track temperature is at 25 degrees. Air temperature 17. In the commentary box, alongside myself, will be Megan Birch, Tom Dillon and Josh Turner.
Oh, this is crazy. First impressions, not the easiest to drive in traffic. How you doing? So here we are in Melbourne, driving a single-seater race car around the streets. When I came to Australia back in 2000, I went to Albert Park in a taxi and took a ride around the track. Oh, I wish I had one of these back then. Listen to that V12. Beautiful. Nothing against the V6 in F1, but this is two V6. So Albert Park, been some amazing races over the years. Also been some pretty scary incidents. I've been pretty lucky here to win 3 races. Let's see if we can get it round the roundabout. It's my daily. Going across tram tracks in a single-seater race car. It's always the first time. Right, we're here. I always like a little walk when I arrive into Albert Park to really take it all in. Nice hat, dude. Do you lift by any chance? Look at you, mate. How you doing?
A friend of mine once asked me, well, how did you spend your weekend? I replied, well, I was up 5 a.m. watching the Grand Prix. That's absurd. Why do you wake up that early? Well, there's only one reason you don't miss Australia. A great place for the race. That was what the visionary Ron Walker said when we came here in 1996. Today in 2023, we celebrate this great race once more. Round 3 of the calendar. It's one of the fastest street circuits. 4 DRS zones, 3.280 miles, 5.278 kilometers, 202.6 miles an hour, 14 turns. It's a man-made track around a man-made island on a man-made Ocean Lake Part segment. Action zones. How about Hamilton versus Alonso? Hamilton's first ever race right round the outside of the then 2-time world champion back in 2007. How about down at turn 3 if you like aerial accidents as well? But we've always had other accidents. Kubica versus Vettel in 2009. We saw a repeat of that with Franco Colapinto in the Formula 3 race this morning. And over down at turns 9 and 10. Last year in the new segment, Perez right round the outside of Lewis Hamilton as well. Onto the podium it went. Pirelli have been cautious here, I must admit. It's the C2 hard, C3 medium and C4 soft. We could have gone a step softer, but the high-speed nature of adding a 4th DRS zone means we just have to take care. And looking down on the starting grid here at Albert Park, Melbourne, this is the grid for round 3 of the 2023 season. From back to front, starting from the pit lane, Sergio Perez and Valtteri Bottas both changing segments of the cars. Perez taking a third control electronics. It's 18th on the grid for Logan Sargent. Zhou Guanyu starts P17. Oscar Piastri on home soil is 16th. Nick de Vries starts 15th on the grid. Kevin Magnussen lines up in 14th position. He's alongside Lando Norris in 13th. 12th on the grid on the 6th row sees Yuki Tsunoda. Alongside him is Esteban Ocon. Into the top 5 then in the qualifying starting positions, as well as you can see on your screens. Coming in, we've got the great running order from Nico Hülkenberg 9th and Pierre Gasly starting in 10th. Alongside them, we've got Alexander Albon and Charles Leclerc 8th and 7th on the grid as well. Lance Stroll is 6th with Carlos Sainz in 5th position. And then moving up, 2 rows of the grid. Oh, it's like 2007 again. Alonso 4th, Hamilton 3rd. Front row of the grid though, that's George Russell in 2nd and Max Verstappen on pole position for the 22nd time in his Formula 1 career. Alongside me in the commentary box is Megan Birch, Tom Dillon and Josh Turner as well. Good morning to you all. Megan, starting with you. Good morning, how are you? And I really hope you feel okay. I'm sorry for getting you out of bed, but...
I feel like throwing my cup of tea at you.
I thought it was coffee.
No.
Okay, but can I make it up to you with this one word? Alonso's got the best race pace, he might win today.
Not even that can make me feel awake.
Okay, well, we'll let Megan wake up before the start of the race. Tom, coming to you, 58 laps, 308 over kilometres as well. This is going to be an exciting race coming up.
Yeah, and the 4 DRS zones as well are going to make this really, really interesting, aren't they? That's more than we've had, I think, at any racetrack in the history of F1, maybe?
Yeah, maximum of 4 as well. And there's literally nowhere else you can add a DRS zone. Maybe on the run to 5 and 6, but it's a bit smaller down there as well. Josh, many drivers out there looking to start as well on medium compound tyres. A few gone for softs, but the strategy is going to be the key today. Is it a 1-stopper or a 2-stopper?
Yeah, hello everybody watching along. It's going to be a 1-stopper. I would be very surprised if we see 2 stoppers, as we heard Karun say earlier in the pre-show. What's along as well if you were with us then, as the clock ticks over to 3 PM local. The formation lap is underway, but if there is a safety car, we could see a couple of 2 stoppers. We could see a stop for fastest lap as well as Verstappen flies away into turn 1 on the formation lap.
No Martin Brundle, Jenson Button alongside David Croft in the Skyfront commentary box as well. Here's your starting tyres. Softs, as you said, for Gasly, Ocon, Zhou and Bottas. Hards for De Vries, Sargent and Perez. Everybody else taking through. Megan, here's the pit stop strategy.
Both for 1-stops, starting on medium, you'll last for 18 laps and then go on to hard for 40 laps. Starting on softs 13 laps and then go on to hard 45. I suggest mediums.
Yeah, mediums look like the good run as well.
How is everyone else so awake?
Well, here's a little thing. Me and Josh and Tom have been awake throughout Formula 3, Formula 2, and now it's time for the F1. We're buzzing with energy. You've only just woken up.
Yeah, also, this is the face of someone who's tired of having to go to college and revise.
We missed an absolute party in the commentary chat, Megan, earlier.
Yeah, you've missed loads in the chats coming through.
I was happy, just like asleep and getting some catch up on energizing. Now I feel like I'm losing that energy.
Can I just point out, if you would go to bed at 1 a.m.
Ditto.
I wasn't awake. I was awake all day. I've been awake all night. You went to bed at 1 a.m. and you were up at 5:30.
It would have made no difference.
All right, fair dues.
Why are we going so slow?
Don't know. They really are going
What
quite
would
slow,
an
aren't they, on the
hour
finish lap?
make? If anything, I'd be more tired because I'd be in my REM sleep cycle.
Okay, she's done the maths with it as well. Let's just talk about McLaren. Yet to score any points in this championship. Neither is AlphaTauri. Norris starts 13th, Piastri 16th, but then we've got Tsunoda 12th, De Vries 15th. Tom, do you see anybody scoring more points today if it's that type of crazy race?
They've got to, haven't they? I think, really. I apologise, my audio is not working on US Surrender now. There we go.
Hello.
I can hear myself again. Okay, yes, no, they have got to score points, haven't they, McLaren? And they've got a good chance at doing so. Lando Norris, who sits in 13th position. If they can get off the line well, I think he's got a chance here.
They line up on the grid then. On the right-hand side of the picture will be Max Verstappen, Russell on the left, Hamilton and Alonso just behind him into turn 1.
Do you know what's that McLaren and AlphaTauri should be worried about?
Yeah.
The fact that they can't even score points before Williams and Haas.
200 people watching, 444,000 in attendance over the weekend, 140,000 packed in. They've seen a cracking F3, a cracking F2, an amazing V8 supercars. It's time for the grand event. The Australian Grand Prix, round 3 of the season, is 5 lights away. 3, 4, 5. Action in Australia. Great start from Russell. He's going to have the lead in towards turn 1. Verstappen has to cut across. Hamilton has learned from Alonso. He's going to go round the outside once again. Russell leads into turn 1. Verstappen goes wide. Alonso goes right round the outside of Hamilton. He's paid it back. Hamilton shuts the door. Verstappen's now having to tow Hamilton. Alonso on the inside towards turn number 3. Hamilton on the inside. Round the outside comes Charles Leclerc and round goes one of the Ferraris. Into the rubber jump. It's Charles Leclerc. Sights up and Leclerc is out of the Grand Prix. It was Sainz.
I think he's beaten it.
It was Sainz 12 months ago on the opening lap. It's Leclerc today.
And yet Bottas is still behind.
Russell and Hamilton. Hamilton's up into second position. It's a Mercedes 1-2 as we wait for the safety car, Tom. What a start. And Verstappen's down and Alonso down to 5th.
The two Alpines are battling as well, but no, it's a terrible, terrible start for Max Verstappen. I don't know what happened.
And Alonso was under pressure as well from the back of Alexander Albon started this race in 8th position.
Safety car.
Yeah, that's going to happen, wasn't it? So safety car gets called to stop all the action. Is anyone going to go for a late lunge? No, now it gets called and they all slow down. The Mercedes-AMG safety car comes out on the opening lap of this race. And Charles Leclerc, the miserable season continues. And I've just heard Matt Gallagher punch his TV screen as well.
Man didn't even make it 30 seconds.
He didn't. He made it to turn 3.
18 seconds. He made it into this race.
He didn't even get to sector 1. That's how bad he was. He didn't even make it through the first sector time. Leclerc is out of the race then. The safety car is deployed. And we'll just add already on the opening lap that one Ferrari is out. 12 and Ocon's into the pit lane. So he must have had damage. As we're watching now with Esteban Ocon. He's into the pit lane. Tom, he must have had something wrong with the... Is he made contact? Or is this just a tyre change?
There's got to be something wrong, hasn't there? I don't see what else could have happened. But no, it's odd. Out of the pits comes Esteban Ocon. He was side by side with his teammates, so maybe something happened there. As is Sergio Perez into the pits too. That would make sense. He'll try on hard tyres to go to the end now, I think.
Ocon, Zhou, Sargent, Perez, Bottas all into the pit lane changing over. Josh, you were watching. What exactly's changed there?
Well, you've caught me while
Oh, 2
looking
sec-
at
All right.
Twitter.
No ideas.
But, here
Okay.
is Charles Leclerc.
Okay, this is the clay around the outside. It's going to get collected by Lance Stroll. So who had Lance Stroll taking somebody off into turn 1? Was that Omi? In the disc, he said about Lance Stroll crashing into someone, didn't he?
Reviewed no further investigation for causing a collision, that is. It was noted, now it's been reviewed, no
Further action, yeah.
investigation. Here is the
Oh,
view from Lance Stroll.
Look, actually, Carlos Sainz hit the side of Fernando Alonso as well. That's why he went down. Sainz had a lightning getaway as he comes back. Alonso was very lucky there not to get caught up in another accident down at turn 2. But Charles Leclerc, winner of last year's Grand Prix with a Grand Slam in Australia, from pole position, setting the fastest lap, leading every lap as well on his way to victory, has now gone out before even the first sector. And it's George Russell, Tom's picker winner, who leads from Lewis Hamilton 2nd, Max Verstappen 3rd, Sainz 4th, Alonso 5th, Alexander Albon has moved up into 6th position, Stroll 7th, Gasly 8th, Hülkenberg 9th, Tsunoda 10th, Norris 11th, Magnussen 12th, Piastri 13th, De Vries 14th, Ocon 15th, Zhou 16th, Sargent 17th, Perez 18th, Bottas 19th, and out of the race goes Leclerc.
And for those asking, I suppose I think George Russell here is going to have to. He's going to have to really work with Hamilton. Mercedes are going to have to prioritise Russell if they're going to get this win, I think.
Here's the start, Tom, talk us through it.
As a down into turn 1, it was George Russell with a superb getaway. He was squeezed by Max Verstappen quite a lot. Then he realised that on that outside line he might have that better pace. And I think Russell just sort of chopped across Max Verstappen, who didn't really get the best of exits out of turn 2 as they went down into turn 3. It was a bit of a squirm between Hamilton and the Ferrari. Then Hamilton took a dive down the inside. Verstappen had to give him room further behind, and Aston Martin hit Charles Leclerc. And that was him out of the race.
Touched my rear right wheel. Copy, understood.
And the steward saying...
Megan got to the commentary box late. She hasn't picked a winner, so I think we'll let
get
her
a bit
off.
late.
Yeah, okay.
Are going green at the end of this lap. Josh.
Okay, Megan, you can pick a winner.
You just
now.
never asked me.
Megan, who's your pick a winner? Say it now, and Ben, and everyone on Green Network doesn't have it.
I need to decide. I don't know. Science.
Okay, I'm surprised you didn't go Alonso.
I'm waiting for his first win until my birthday.
Okay, Jess said Ocon doing an Albon strategy. Let's hear from Verstappen.
Off the track. I was ahead of the apex.
I don't know how he pushed him wide if he
Is this Hamilton? Is Verstappen saying that Hamilton pushed him off the track? Let's see, on the inside into turn... Well, this is Hamilton. Dive bomb into turn 3. Verstappen just about gives him room. Ah, that's racing. That's racing, Tom, I think. I wouldn't say anything bad there.
Where do you expect him to go? That was the racing line.
Megan's woken up. What do you reckon, Tom?
No, I'm not seeing anything wrong with that, to be honest with you. I think it's all fair in love and war. I mean, it wasn't massive, was it? There was nothing really happening there,
Yeah.
I think.
Such a whiny world champion.
Megan hasn't had her coffee yet. Green flag coming back out then here in Australia. We go green once more in Melbourne, and Russell leads. Hamilton 2nd, Verstappen 3rd as we run down. DRS will be activated after 2 laps, remember. And look at Max. He's already on the back of Lewis Hamilton. I agree with you, Tom. It's going to be down to Mercedes now playing the defensive game and letting Hamilton sort of back Verstappen. But remember, last time Russell won a Grand Prix, Hamilton and Verstappen came together on the track. I thought I was going to hear radio there. Sorry, go on.
Of course they did. That was in Brazil. I still don't know how that was a penalty for Max Verstappen. I think that was total nonsense. But anyway, that was quite a while ago now. Verstappen and Hamilton are going to have to race along here. And I think that gearbox issue is going to be concerning Verstappen ever so slightly. He doesn't have the gearbox issue right now. He's not really reporting anything. But maybe it's the reason that this Red Bull car hasn't quite had the blistering pace in the first lap or so.
And Josh as well coming into it as well. We're going to see Max Verstappen on the run. Can he get ahead of Lewis Hamilton? He's going to try around the outside to turn 9 and 10. Hamilton goes defensive. Is Max going to play the strategy game? Or is he, as Megan says, a whiny world champion, just going to go for it all out?
He's always been a whiny
Yeah,
world
well,
champion.
he probably is. And having a look, Sainz trying to close the gap towards Verstappen. Further back, Perez overtaken Bottas for 17th. Ocon with the fastest lap, but still got the fastest laps coming in. Russell, purple, sector 1. Verstappen, purple, sector 2. And 1:23 6.134 is the lap set by George Russell coming across the line now, and Max Verstappen trying to chase down Lewis Hamilton, and this should be fun.
Should indeed, as they come on, if I can get my camera working so that it's not freezing. There we go. It's best if we can get it. There we go. So, into turn 3 we go once again. Sorry, Tom, did I cut you off there, or were you just going to say that the TV's gone off?
Slightly. No, the problem with the 4 DRS zones now is that we could, first of all, get a DRS train to develop, which is slightly unusual when you've got these cars that are so differently paced. But a DRS train could form. That would help Mercedes quite a lot because Verstappen would be stuck. But that Red Bull's so good with its DRS that actually it should be quite easy and quite routine for Max Verstappen to get through at some stage here.
So it hasn't been activated just yet, which is a surprise to me, because in Formula 3 and Formula 2 it was activated after 2 laps, and that was the rule for Formula 1, so I have to wait until the next lap to get it. But Megan, Max is looking mega quick anyway, and Alonso's the one shocking me, down to 5th, being held up by Carlos Sainz.
Now, why is he being held up by Carlos Sainz?
Yes, and look at that, the timing screen updating could finally show Russell with the fastest lap, 1:23.134 on the board. So it's taking its time to get ready and sync up and sort of push yourself into the go mode, but
do you notice how Max only ever complains really when someone passes him?
Yes. I'm here to win, not to finish second, is what he said after Saudi Arabia.
Maybe sometimes he needs that second though. Or maybe that not podium.
I see what you mean, but
so it doesn't go to his ego.
I think it's too late for that. Same for Lewis Hamilton, actually, and any world champion
exactly.
in Formula 1. So it always goes to their ego.
Quite a few of them always turn out kind of whiny.
DRS has been enabled, as you can see if you're watching along with us on YouTube. If you're on USON, I'll just tell you DRS has been enabled, and now we're going to see those slipstream battles begin. And Verstappen is 6/10 behind Hamilton, and he's 8/10 ahead is Hamilton as well to Russell. So we're getting that DRS train run down towards turn 9. And remember, this is something we were talking about, Tom, in pre-season testing. We've seen the Red Bull dominate out front. We've never seen it in a position where it's got dirty air in front of it. So can he actually overtake? Oh,
historically speaking, here goes Hamilton around the outside. He's not quite going to get the run, but it's not smooth sailing for Mercedes, and that is not going to play into their hands very nicely. But we know historically the Red Bulls aren't great in dirty air. However, when you've got 2 Mercedes trying to battle each other, as now George Russell gains 7/10 of a second to Lewis Hamilton.
Wow.
When they're battling each other, that's not going to work for you.
And here comes Max Verstappen as well. Hamilton had to go for that move. He was trailbreaking into the turn 11, but now it's going to negatively affect him. It's going to benefit Verstappen. The top 3 are within 8/10 of each other. Now a second. They've all got DRS as we run down towards turn 3. Russell's on the radio.
You're asking me to manage, and I'm being attacked by my own teammate.
Oh.
You tell me what to do if I wasn't going to push to defend or push now.
Oh dear.
He's got a point.
Yeah, he does. And it's exploding at Mercedes. They don't know what to do. They've never had this before where Russell's ahead. Look, they're strategizing. There's Jerome D'Ambrosio watching on as well. What do? Yellow flag out of the circuit.
Albon.
It's
Albon.
Alexander Albon.
Yeah.
No.
Albon.
Albon has stopped. Oh, it's a big accident. Whoa. And this will be a safety car, possibly, and it is.
What did he do?
Immediately, Alexander Albon is out of the race. He's hit the front wing off, and there's gravel all over the track. And the second safety car in the opening 7 laps of this race, and that puts pay to the DRS battle that we were looking forward to. Big crash for Albon. He should be okay though.
It wouldn't surprise me if that was a red flag, you know. There's a lot of gravel on the track. I mean, it would be a bit of a soft thing to red flag for, but I think there might be some barrier damage on the left-hand side. Albon is presumably okay. We haven't seen him get out of the car yet, but readying tyres at Red Bull. Albon strewn across the road. I don't think it will be a red flag, but with gravel on the road.
And the debris barrier, look.
You're all okay.
Hamilton leads!
Yeah, I'm fine.
Russell's pitted! Mercedes have pitted George Russell, and Lewis Hamilton has taken the lead in Australia.
Plan.
That, and Sainz is in 2. That's a, oh dear. Hard tyre.
But you can go to the end.
Oh, there's a problem on the rear left. He had to wait for Sainz to go through.
Oh, what a surprise. Russell goes and pits, and sorry, problem.
Is that, I don't know, Tom, that's a risky call because he was leading the race. Now he's going to be in the middle of the traffic.
Yeah, 13 seconds.
Wow.
They told him to manage the tyres, so it's basically just meant that he was managing his tyres for no reason for those first couple of laps. And well, it's frustrating for George Russell because now he's got the traffic and he's going to be stuck in a DRS train. Alex Albon is out of the car. They've rolled out a brand new graphic for Lewis Hamilton, especially.
Race leader visit.
What a surprise.
Okay, let's take a look what happened to He's on his own.
Hamilton
He turns in,
leads.
the rear drops and whacks into the barrier. That's a huge... and it's into the path as well of one of the Alpines coming through. Who was behind him? It's they're going to. I think they might red flag this. You know, you think you're right, Tom, because it's got a lot of debris. Recovery vehicle on track at turn 6.
I think it was Ocon.
Yeah, you're right. It was Esteban Ocon who had the front of it as well. So safety car at the moment. It'd be amazing if they can clear it.
Can I just say, is anyone surprised that George Russell leading the race, soon as some opportunity comes along, all of a sudden he's not leading the race? Hamilton is. What a surprise. And George is now in 7th. I guess he's going to have to make his way back up there.
Lewis.
This will be a massive disadvantage. We don't think so. So Verstappen stayed out also.
Oh no.
So.
Oh god, now Hamilton's complaining over the radio. What was that about a whiny world champion? Make another one?
Lewis, no offence, though you've proven to yourself that you can't defend from Max.
Red flag!
It looks like we've got a red flag, yep. We
Russell
have a red flag.
has.
Red flag, and that is the 2023 Australian Grand Prix suspended. The damage to the track is too much, and the race has been stopped. Our first red flag of the season. Hamilton leads, Verstappen second, and now that has utterly destroyed George Russell. Because what can you do under a red flag?
Pit.
You can change your tyres.
And you know what? His team wouldn't have thought about that.
No.
And yet they thought, we want Hamilton to go in first. Yeah, well, good luck with that, because he's most definitely going to lose the lead of that race to Max Verstappen, and then you're going to have to go searching for a way to get either one of your drivers up into first when you had a fully capable driver up there who can defend from both Verstappen and Alonso, which, by the way, I'm not sure Hamilton can do.
But you can't exactly predict that red flag. That this is the problem. I mean, you know.
You said it.
Well, yeah, but at the end of the day, Mercedes wouldn't have. I said it, but then sort of as they started to fit, I thought, well, this probably won't be a red flag. To be honest with you, I think the only reason they have red flagged that is because of the recovery vehicle being on the track at the same time as the cars, which, again, I'm going to be honest with you. I think under full safety car conditions, having a recovery vehicle on the circuit isn't as dangerous as we let on. There's a lot of, there's a lot of obviously, rightfully so, hastiness to sort of be concerned about that after obviously what happened to Jules Bianchi, but I just don't see, I don't see how it can't be done safely when you've got a train of cars all bunched together. I mean, that cleanup job wouldn't have taken too long, to be honest with you. The gravel is quite bad, so if they've done it for the gravel, maybe I can see it. I don't know. I'm conflicted.
Hamilton's just got out of the car. Were you going to say that, Josh? Go on.
Yeah, I think a red flag might be right for this because we've got quite a bit of barrier damage. The whole track is covered in gravel, and it just needs more vehicles on the track than what is currently on the track right now, which is just a JCB. So yeah, but
Russell's angry. He's shaking his head getting out of the car.
He is really angry. But what did Omi say in his million predictions? Three safety cars, one red flag. Well, we're on one red flag and 2 safety cars, so...
Well done, Omi. Well done.
That could be correct from Omi, but...
We'll have a standing start restart, remember? So we'll have Hamilton versus Verstappen down to turn 1 on a standing start. Megan?
Russell's not out of this, neither is...
You're right, yeah,
I am
Tom.
forgetting how perceptive I can be, and I can see so much internal panic at both Mercedes and in Lewis Hamilton's eyes, whereas I see no internal panic within George Russell's, because Mercedes know the fact that they just messed up, because now Lewis Hamilton will have to defend going through turn 1, like bunched up from Verstappen and Alonso.
That man there, Fernando Alonso, if Verstappen and Hamilton, which, let's face it, red flag restarts with them to the front row, usually ends up with one of them off the track. We saw that in Saudi Arabia. Alonso could take the lead here, and we could be having another red flag in 20 minutes' time.
So they're now panicking internally, and George is still sitting, well, just standing there now thinking, do you know what? This isn't going to turn out well for them, and they're going to realise that. And if now they won't put Lewis first before me.
Go on, Tom.
George Russell is absolutely incensed at his team. You can just see it as he's sat there talking to I think it's his race engineer or Toto. No, it's actually Toto Wolff. My word, my face recognition is not great at this time in the morning. But
let's hear from Russell.
Yeah, sorry, George, that screwed us. But let's do the most out of it. We can still go to the front on the podium or better.
Yeah, it's not your fault, guys.
Notice he said podium, not win.
Yeah, at least he's honest. I mean, to be fair, it's a gamble at the end of the day.
Well, it was.
The unfortunate thing about gambles in Formula One is that sometimes they don't work for you. And to be honest with you, we're quite quick to complain at Mercedes for putting Hamilton into the lead. It was probably the best. If we look at hindsight, if it wasn't going to go to a red flag, that's probably the best call that they could have made to put him on the hard tyres. To what I can only assume would be the end of the race. I mean, the only problem you then have is if he was to get swallowed up later on, but I mean, it's all hypothetical at that point. My point is, I don't think this is a horrendous blunder from Mercedes.
I feel it is, because they originally had 2 people at the front of the grid to defend when they knew there was a possibility that there could be a red flag, which they should have taken into consideration. Now they only have 1, and that's a person who's proven struggles defending from Max Verstappen and has previously struggled defending from Fernando Alonso. So I'm just waiting for everything just to kickstart, because I think Russell would have been able to perfectly defend from both of those people. Though Lewis, no, not right now. Not when he's in such a drought.
Yeah, but they also had to cover themselves in case that Verstappen came into the pits, in case that Alonso came into the pits. Then, if Alonso comes into the pits, he would then have net 13 seconds on these guys. So, it's an impossible. You can't win. You can't win under a red flag unless you gamble and get lucky.
I think it was calculated. I think they wanted Hamilton to lead, and I don't think they wanted Russell there, because think about it. Russell's already had a win recently.
Race will restart at 15:33, so in 10 minutes' time we will have the restart procedure as the marshals have recovered the gravel, repaired the barrier and got the track sorted up. So we'll have a restart in 10 minutes. Go on.
By the way, Josh T, you're bang on right that they had to put more vehicles on. So well done. That's something I wouldn't have spotted. So very well done.
Yeah, and the track would have been blocked, and it was we saw that with yesterday in the Formula 2 sprint. We had Fittipaldi and Boschron crash there, and they had to delay the start by 5 minutes because the track was blocked.
What if those cleaning
saw
things
it.
came on our street?
Yeah.
Yeah, we saw it this morning as well, didn't we, with Fittipaldi and
Yes.
Massani, I believe it was.
Fittipaldi's had a bad weekend,
in
hasn't he?
between turn 2 and turn 3, so they were able to cover that under safety car, but I'll finish my point after we go down to Otmar stuff now on this
Decided
pit
to
wall.
pit Esteban early and get him off the soft tire and keep Gasly out there. And as it turns out, Gasly's now in on a red flag, and he gets the free pit stop.
I think Pierre Gasly went through the gravel, didn't he, in the car when Alex Albon had that crash. Did you detect any damage on your car as a result of that?
Yeah, I think he was the first one through. There's nothing significant. We had a good look at the car, and we're okay to race to the end.
So, an awful lot to talk through in these early stages. Where do you think that you sit here? Plus point with Gasly pitting, changing tyres under the red flag, minus point with Esteban Ocon?
Yeah, I mean, that's a luck of the draw. We couldn't have predicted this, and it is what it is, and we'll race the end premiere.
Hey, it's Jensen here.
Hi, Jensen.
So you guys started on the soft tyre. I think it was a great call. But do you think now everyone's just going to run the hard at the end of the race?
I think so. I think us starting on the soft was the right thing to do. If we didn't get a grading phase, it would have lasted 17, 18, 20 laps, and then hard to the end. But I think everyone will go to end now.
So that means you've got enough data from the first 2 days here, even though the conditions were so different, that you can be confident, shall we say, in your predictions there.
Confident enough to try, and if it doesn't work, we'll pit at the end.
Love it. Otmar, thanks ever so much. Great to have you with us.
I don't eat these.
Absolutely fantastic. Megan saying, I don't eat these. I just ran in and I spoke to Dad, I got you a crisp.
Dad's awake?
And jive. I woke him up to tell him about the red flag. And I did all that before Miles now finished speaking. That's impressive.
Was he grumpy? Also, he said it's not his job to in fact, he couldn't have predicted it. Isn't that his job?
Who?
To predict.
Excuse me?
Safna.
Yeah, Safna to predict
To
the red flag.
predict possible outcomes of the race. Isn't that their job? Isn't that the whole idea of having a team?
Yes.
To actually think through all the possible conclusions. I thought there would be a red flag. How did they not?
Megan, it is 6:26 in the morning.
I don't care.
And next door are not awake.
Good, then they should be fast asleep in their beds.
We're outside in a commentary box that isn't very soundproof. Go on, Tom.
There's like 6 million possibilities. He's not Doctor Strange.
I predicted a possibility. Why couldn't he?
You even said, Tom, about they're going to have to turn the red flag. Josh said about the red flag. I thought it was a possibility. Everyone saw it coming.
And yet,
Okay,
Alpine
you know,
didn't.
my greatest call ever. Do you remember Saudi Arabia 2021?
Yes.
I forget the exact situation, but someone had, I think it was Hamilton had come into the pits and Verstappen hadn't. And my mum said to me, why have they left Verstappen out to dry? And I go, it's because there's going to be a red flag in a minute, and he's going to be able to change his tyres for free. And that's exactly what happened. And that was, I don't know. I'm very glad that Mercedes didn't see that, and I did. It wasn't even on broadcast, so I'm,
Well done.
Wow.
Just randomly one day, just like, oh yes, bet you wanted that on video.
Go on, Josh.
Going back to my point before we went to Otmar about the F2 feature, the Sani and Fittipaldi crash was all on the left-hand side, and they had the recovery truck and the JCB in the same area of the track, so they were able to do it. And some team radio replay.
Red flag. Red flag. No way. No.
Is everyone okay?
Yeah, copy. We think it might just be barrier damage.
But that was scary. That Williams, it was a cloud, he couldn't see the car.
Yeah, wild. He's fine, by the way, he's out of the car.
Team radio in the...
Wonderful replays then coming through as well. Hello to everyone in the track under red flag, so you can change tyres. Yes, you can. New start, says the Lawsey Gale. Yes, it will be a new standing start with Hamilton on pole and Verstappen second. That will be the restart when we go green again. Yeah, I don't. And Adam's sending over some coffee. Megan needs it, although she's got the tea. Don't know why you didn't get coffee.
Because tea has more caffeine in it.
Okay, fair it is. Coke Zero Cherry for the little owl.
Well, no.
That's only because you're allergic to cherry, Megan.
Also, I hate it.
I mean, I would have that, but I've got DC over here, and
You've got
it's,
David
doing
Coulthard.
quite well.
You've got David Coulthard up there. Oh, get him on. He's on
Diet
F1.
Coke.
He's on
Other
F1
brands
TV.
are available.
Yeah, aren't Diet Coke and Coke Zero exactly the same drink, though?
Yeah, I
Like,
don't.
Yeah, kind of.
Can I just point out, can we get through at least one morning race without a red flag?
No, they're cursed.
Yeah.
We've got a lot, doesn't it? Japanese 2022, Australia 23 comes to mind.
Okay,
as well, but a couple of others as
Australia
well.
23 comes to mind.
We're in it. So how long to the restart? 3 minutes to go.
3 minutes. Do you know, I don't like this 10 minute wait thing. I know, I appreciate it's necessary, but if we're talking about getting rid of practice sessions, surely we can get rid of this.
Yeah.
Well, something to point out is that a race will resume at 33 minutes past the hour. What it will be if Alonso wins the race, his 33rd win, but it is also Verstappen's number when he's not running the number one. So could it be Verstappen or Alonso? We do not know. We'll have to find out.
Alonso could win this race. I know,
Yeah.
and I know it's a change of tune, but got to call it how I see it. And I'm telling you now that if something happens to Verstappen and Hamilton, this race is going to be between George Russell and Fernando Alonso. because, you know, George Russell gets past quite easily Hulkenberg, Gasly, and I would assume Stroll. And then if Hamilton and Verstappen come into issues, then suddenly you've got George Russell right there with Fernando Alonso.
Stand by for action. So say again, Megan.
I missed toast.
You missed toast. Well, I didn't have time to make you toast. You've got crisps. Enjoy them. There's Albon's accident. It was for the gravel.
Trouble is
And
I don't anymore.
the reason for the red flag has been given as gravel on track on recovery vehicles necessary. So everyone was correct there.
Yeah,
And
gravel
yeah.
on track, as you can see, it's been thrown all over the track, and that would have been really unsafe to put all of the marshals out there, and the lap time's not that long at all, even under the safety car, and they had to get the sweeper out, and the amount of marshals they could have, and it just would have been too dangerous under a safety car, so that's the reason for the red flag.
Megan, stop. Go on, Tom.
Sorry, of course, you know, endurance fans and GT fans will say, oh, well, you know, IMSA had like 8 recovery vehicles on the track at Sebring, and that was fine. Obviously, the difference is, and you know, you probably even get away with it in Formula 2, Formula 3 without a red flag. The difference is these Formula 1 cars are very, very big, and hitting a recovery vehicle in a Formula 1 car is a lot more dangerous than hitting a recovery vehicle at the speeds. Well, first of all, the speeds are a lot higher, obviously, for Formula 1 cars to have to keep their tyre temperature under the safety car, hence why our safety car in Formula 1 is a high-performance road car versus anything that they use in any other series. But also, you know, so the speeds are a lot higher. I mean, in IMSA, you're only doing about 60, 80 kph. It's not a great deal. So, and also the fact that even if you're at the same speed, if you hit a recovery vehicle in an F1 car, it's a lot nastier than in a prototype.
Lando 9th, Piastri 10th as things stand. My friend who's a McLaren fan is enjoying that very much well. That's great. She's a wake up as well.
Has been confirmed by race control, a standing start proceeds as all of the tyre warmers come off and the fast lane gets cleared, ready for the green light to go on at the end of the pit lane for them to follow the safety car out towards the grid. Safety car will come into the pit lane, the cars will go round to the grid for another 5 light, red lights go out, procedure, and the clock starts as the pit lane opens.
So another formation lap, effectively this becomes on lap 9 of 58. The race restarts now. So we are go again, but according to the FIA rules, as we're all very much well aware now, we will have another standing start, which means they will line up on the grid once again, and we will have the race start. And this is the grid. It's Lewis Hamilton on pole position. Max Verstappen is alongside him on the front row of the grid. So in around about 5 minutes, we're going to have another red flag.
Or in about 2 minutes, we're going to see Max in the lead.
Yes. Then we're going to... Oh, go on, Tom.
Sorry, Josh. I was just saying, I'd watch another Hungary as well. If the tyre degradation is higher than we expected here, with everyone on hard tyres to the end of the race, the second place could potentially come into the pits for a set of softs or something, but also on a low deg circuit would last to the end. Not from here, obviously, but at that stage they would. I mean, it could be another Hungary.
Good idea. It could be. Let's see. I don't want that restart again, but let's just see, because everyone's going to need to change the tyres. They could do it in the pit lane. Safety cars coming in. Alonso 3rd, Stroll 4th, Gasly 5th, Hulkenberg 6th, Russell 7th, Tsunoda 8th, Norris 9th, Piastri 10th. First time McLaren stand chance to get points this season. Then we get Sainz, De Vries, Ocon, Perez 14th. Perez will start this race 14th, so he is now going to be on. Let's hear from Verstappen.
Wait, is this more than 10 car lengths? Look,
it's a restart. It's a restart, Max. You did that in Saudi Arabia. It doesn't matter. On a safety car restart, when it's a standing start, Lewis Hamilton takes the pace, regardless of whether it's more than 10 car lengths. Max Verstappen, stop whining!
Palm emoji.
No!
Did you listen to a word that your team said?
No. Stop whining.
Or are you too caught up in your own mind on how you're going to go through everything that you don't realise what kind of restart you're doing?
Really is annoying me, actually, that Max is moaning about everything.
The same?
No, yes. And Lewis...
so it runs in a family.
And Lewis was doing it earlier as well. It really frustrates me. I know the tensions are high, but you don't need to report every little thing. Read the rule book. It's true what Jeremy Clarkson says, that drivers don't have a mind.
They think in complaints.
I know. They think and do. It's completely annoying. Anyway, where do we get up to?
Apart from Fernando Alonso.
Yeah. Sainz 11th, De Vries 12th, Ocon 13th, Perez 14th, Zhou 15th, Bottas 16th, Sargent 17th, Magnussen 18th. Albon and Leclerc are out of the race and they will take no further part. The race will restart on lap 10 of this Grand Prix. Hello, Gran. Hello. And this, hang on, behind the safety car, what's happening here? This is, that is both the Alfa Romeos and a Williams coming through as they're all standing still. So maybe, and off into the gravel goes one of the Haas cars of Kevin Magnussen.
Going on?
Magnussen leaps in front of everybody. Oh my, well, no, because now they've just spoiled standing starts. We won't have them anymore.
Yeah, why were they going so slow in the first place, though?
Why are they going so slow and why are the others going so fast?
Go on, Tom.
I think it was one of those after Euclid, and then everyone just sort of messed up. But that's messy.
It is. Let's hope it gets sorted quickly.
It is under investigation.
Oh no! Restart procedure under investigation.
I have a solution. Slow down and speed up.
Hamilton on pole position. Verstappen alongside. Alonso could have the lead. We've been under a red flag then. Should we get going again? Time for the 5 magic lights with 3, 4, 5 lights again. Action again in Australia. Great start from Hamilton. Alonso's going to have Verstappen down to turn 1. It's another bad getaway. Verstappen tries, hitting Alonso off the track. Alonso bails out. Verstappen on the inside gets second position. And now there's contact. And that's Lando Norris touching the side of Yuki Tsunoda. Norris up to 8th. Tsunoda down to 9th position. Now they're changing places as well. Into turn 3, into the braking zone. And the Ferrari of Carlos Sainz this time having a worse getaway. He's down into 10th position. Oh! And that, up in the air, is Nick De Vries with a jump over the curb and a ride over with Oscar Piastri, and now he's going to be dropping right to the back again. Bottas down to 18th place, and Hamilton leads. Verstappen second, Alonso third.
Nick, it's not horse
What a
racing
start for
for
George
your
Russell, by the way. He's got past Lance Stroll off the start, and he's managed to get himself into 5th position.
Up into 5th once again, but we've got a more DRS, no activation after 3 laps. Remember, we've got side by side as Lance Stroll coming under pressure from Nico Hülkenberg. Yeah, thank you. Coming into turn 10 as well. Fabulous getaway we're having so far. Look at Lando Norris on the back of Yuki Tsunoda on the way down towards turn 11. It's going to pull to the inside line. Did he make the move? That's what I need to see. Thinking. Yes! Lando's through. Brilliant. And now he's got right behind him as well, Sainz coming through. So how are they going to investigate the start procedures? We're completely
I think golf interesting.
Yeah.
And I don't know how they'll investigate it.
It's going to be a really weird one. Josh, keep an eye on the stream.
So many tyre changes for one stop.
Yeah. Looking fun, this one, as well.
At some point, they're just doing it to do something.
Yeah, De Vries is okay, by the way, with that little ride over at turn 3. He's kept going. Hamilton leads by 9/10 of a second. And now, as Tom said, there goes Sainz up the inside of Oscar Piastri. Sorry, Sainz on the inside of Lando Norris. They've got the same helmet this weekend. It's hard to tell who's who with the same yellow things on the top. So
it should make golf interesting.
Tom, take us to the start.
So, down into turn 1, I want to keep an eye on George Russell, actually, because I thought this was an incredible getaway from him. He seemed to jump on the outside line, actually. I think George Russell got the jump on Lance Stroll. He already had got past the car behind him of Nico Hülkenberg as well. Hülkenberg tried to attack Stroll. Then we switch our eyes to Nick De Vries, who came under a little bit of pressure and obviously forced out into turn 3 onto the gravel. I'm trying to see where he is. He's a bit further back. Yeah. He made contact with one of the Alpine cars. I don't know which one it was.
Ocon. It was Esteban Ocon,
It was Ocon. And I'm afraid to say it's totally Nick De Vries' fault. He's moved completely over.
Yeah, one thing I would like to quickly point out, look at we get another view, and there it is, over the tyre of Nick De Vries, but Sergio Perez on the restart went onto the grass on the pit exit as Max Verstappen chasing down Lewis Hamilton. Half a second is the gap currently.
I'm sorry.
Going down towards something.
We've been going for 2 laps. When did they get 3.1 seconds to Alonso? When did that happen? I don't even know when that's happened.
Alonso's trying to stay clear because, he knows there's an impending doom there.
So Alonso's playing his own race. Meantime, And
Sainz up to 8.
Yep, Sainz passing Sonoda as they come. Now Verstappen versus Hamilton once again. Do we have DRS this time around? I can't see one being activated just yet from Max Verstappen, but he's in a slipstream. He has got the DRS. Down towards turn 11 we go. Verstappen pulls around the outside. Does he take the lead of the Australian Grand Prix? Yes, he does. Verstappen leads, and it's good night from us.
May I just say, who called it?
Well done, Megan, after 2 laps. Well, Mercedes shot themselves in the foot. The red flag shot everybody else in the foot. And now Max Verstappen leads and has already pulled out 1.1 seconds to Hamilton. How is that Red Bull legal? In the space of a few seconds to pull out
That's not legal to anything.
He's pulled out 2 seconds in a minute. Has he got grip hacks?
He has to.
There's 4 detection zones. 4 DRS zones, but 2 detection zones around this racetrack. So obviously Verstappen made the pass, then had DRS in an already rocket of a straight line.
Tom,
Red Bull.
He's just done a 1:21.994.
His tyres should still be warming up.
Hamilton was a 1:24.616.
The rest of the field is around about Hamilton's point of view. Verstappen shouldn't be doing that fast.
Max Verstappen is 3 seconds a lap faster than the rest of the field.
Are
So
we
he
sure
had
Max?
DRS despite being ahead into all 4 of the DRS zones because of there only being 2 detection zones.
Yeah.
And with a car that already has got practically no drag under the DRS, relatively speaking, it's a deadly cocktail.
I've
Are we
never.
sure
illegal.
Max?
Say again.
Oh, we sure Max isn't in a Haas in F122?
I'm not saying that because he's
Yeah, I
not.
was going to say,
I didn't
let
say
me
that.
not make that joke.
Yeah, I did not say
Yeah,
that,
let's
Jess.
not go any further there, but
Russell.
reviewed no further investigation for the freeze knock-on.
Russell round the outside of Gasly in towards turn number 11. Gets the move done. Gasly now down to 5th and under pressure from Stroll as well.
See what I mean? Russell's already up into 4th.
Yeah, that it's not going to affect him much. But the fact
You
is,
made a mistake, Mercedes.
can I just point out the fact that Verstappen is 2.6 seconds ahead of everybody else. That's what's shocking me. Turn 3 is involving De Vries and Ocon. No further action, as Josh said. This has come up on our monitors up here in the comms box. So the racing continues. It's lap 14 of 58. Kind of wish we stayed under red flag now. What's happened to Perez? He's had an attack on Sargent, I believe, coming into turn 11. Ah, it's a good move. Good move.
Yeah, that Red Bull's just a rocket, isn't it? I
Yeah.
mean, you know, he had that move done practically before the corner, and he before the apex, and he was still coming from a few car lengths back. Meanwhile, Sainz has got past Nico Hülkenberg for 7th position. That's an overtake that was just made. George Russell is closing on Fernando Alonso as well, Josh.
Do you know, I thought this Australian Grand Prix was shaping up to be absolutely fantastic. The red flag has absolutely ruined it. Megan.
I've just noticed something.
What?
Okay, look at Perez.
Yes, down a few
He's been within a second of Magnussen for a while now, right?
Norris has passed Sonoda for 9th. Yeah, go on.
And yet his time was a 23. And yet, when Verstappen did it, and he has the same car,
Same DRS
it's a 21.
Yeah, same DRS activation too. So
there's something there that doesn't make sense, and it's not driver capability because they're the
Perez was
same
in dirty air for
capability.
the entire lap.
But so was
Still.
Verstappen. He had DRS though.
Yeah.
No, Verstappen had DRS, but he was in the dirty air of 1 car. Perez was in a train of 3 or 4. And plus,
but
Verstappen
he's
had half a lap previous ahead of
That's true.
Hamilton.
Yeah, he had the last sector.
Still, something doesn't sit right there.
The one thing I'm getting me is the fact is that in one sector he gained 2 seconds.
Yes, that's impressive.
Yeah, that's
I will give you that.
That's the surprising. As Sainz now on the inside, dive bombs into turn 3 on the inside line to get ahead of Lance Stroll. Stroll's going to try and get the cut back. Sainz shuts the door on him and says, "Not today, I'm afraid."
There's something odd going on with Red Bull, and I don't like it. There's no possible way you could have gained something in 2 seconds.
Yeah, it's impressive stuff.
Impressive?
Well, what's happened is they've built an incredible car. You know? They've just built an incredible car.
Can we have another safety car?
3.3 seconds now, the gap. Incredible.
Now on board with Sergio Perez. He's having an attack on Kevin Magnussen with the DRS. Down towards turn 11, goes to the inside line. Magnussen's not going to know he's there too until it's too late. Perez, balls of steel going through, and with a great move, gets ahead into 14th. And I agree with Tom, the Red Bull's a rocket, and now we're just seeing it go like a knife through butter.
Let's hope it makes
Yeah,
it stick.
it's LMP2 on GT3, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's
Oh,
incredible.
and Sonoda has cut across Piastri into turn 1. No damage to Piastri's car, but it seems like the new, bigger mirrors aren't attached to the AlphaTauri because both of them are doing silly mistakes.
That's usual.
Yes, it is usual, unfortunately. Lap 16 of 58 then, the Australian Grand Prix.
Well, they have no points.
Well, this race started fantastically. Now it's going down.
Now it's a Max Verstappen affair because Mercedes can't seem to keep it in their knowledge of the fact that, we should have 2 drivers up there, not just 1.
I love Adam here. Josh, Red Bull gives you wings. Jess says Perez can still get a podium here. Absolutely. Lolorsi says, bye-bye, Max. See you at the finish line. We have effectively just finished the race. Alonso, fastest first sector there, Mex, 28.583. He's still a mile away from Hamilton, though, by 1.2 seconds.
I'll complain if Max wins when it comes to my birthday.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Baku, he's had a bit of bad luck. But this is his bogey track as well. He doesn't usually win here, so I'm very unsurprised that Max is going for it. Perez round the outside of Zhou, though, into turn 11 and takes 13th position.
Did he have DRS?
Josh.
Yes, go on.
Restart proceeds, so no further action.
Now is Vitic blind? Stewarding blind.
Did Perez have DRS then?
red.
Yeah, Perez locked up as well coming out the corner. Megan?
Did Perez have DRS when he was overtaking?
Yes, yeah, he had DRS. It's a DRS train we're having at the moment. He's got it down to turn 1.
It's too much DRS. Just saying.
Hang on, Formula 2 and Formula 3 was fantastic with this 4 DRS zones. It's just Formula 1 that can't get their act together.
Yeah.
Wonder why that is.
I didn't think I still think it's too many DRS zones to have on a racetrack, to be honest with you. It makes passing too easy, even in Formula 2 and Formula 3.
You get no fights. You just get, oh, hi, bye.
So, you instead of overtakes, you want this?
No, I want overtakes that are actually mean something, not just, oh, this is so easy for me to pass this person. There's no actual driving involved.
We'll take out the Red Bulls. That'll solve everything.
We should bring back KERS. Get rid of DRS and bring back KERS.
Yeah, I'd love to see KERS, actually. DRS doesn't really work. Oh, Hamilton sliding. Alonso's going to go from here. Alonso's going to pass Hamilton. And then we'll get excited because hopefully they can change as Gasly's passed Russell for 4th. Russell's made a mistake somewhere on that circuit. Russell's made a massive mistake. Russell's dropping down the field, and that's why. Is that car on fire? It is. It's blown up. It's on fire. George Russell is out.
Wow.
The Mercedes has blown up. PU's gone. Power unit's gone. Fireball. You can literally hear it, and that's going to blow. Safety car deployed. Because it's right on the racing line, they've got no choice but to deploy that, and it's burst into flames.
Well, that's because it's right next to the exhaust, and where does the exhaust
Virtual safety car.
Yeah, it should be a VSC. He's only in the pit lane. They can just push it back.
All right, fair news.
No,
Virtual
fire, of course.
Unless it's locked to the electronics and they have to pull out the full safety car.
I would have put out a red for a fire.
Pit exit, the pit lane entry is closed. Cars cannot come into the pit lane.
I hope that mucked up a Red Bull strategy.
That's it. Fire extinguisher on the track. What on earth are you doing? And George Russell has a horrible end to Australia. Yeah, you got to put your steering wheel back on, George. Let's take a look. It goes at the line. It goes really early, look. Has he dropped oil out on the circuit? That could, if he has dropped oil, that could be another red flag, Tom, because they'll have to clear it up.
Yeah, it's gone there.
Yeah, oh, right,
Went exit of turn 12.
Oh,
and then it properly goes exit of turn 13.
Right in the face of straw.
Jenson Button has experience of that. Back in 2006, his car blew up in the same way, the Honda, with Fernando Alonso coming through to take part in our podium. Yeah. Yeah, it's oil, isn't it, dropping on the circuit. I'm not seeing any line.
I thought I could.
I wouldn't be surprised if we actually go red again. If there's a, let's listen again. Listen. Down to turn 11. Starting to die. Losing power. And then it went. No sound of the full safety car though, so that's good. I just hope there's no oil down. I really hope there's no oil down.
I doubt we'd go from BSC to red flag as well. I think that's a bit of a jump.
Yeah, they'll probably put the safety car and try and put the things down, but I just hope there's no oil being dropped on the track, because that's a nightmare to clean up.
And now...
Even if there is, they shouldn't red flag it for that, should they? Because it should just be simple. Anyway, we should get back to
virtual safety car ending.
Yeah, that makes sense. The oil should clean itself up anyway. I mean, as people drive over it.
Yeah, should be
Isn't
good.
it a good idea?
Green
that
flag.
woman must be...
We're back racing here in Australia as they come down. Brother JP, do you all like this track? I love it. Great circuit.
I just see one person in the car that looks like Neville Longbottom.
Hamilton Radio.
That's pretty quick. Yeah, copy Lewis. Yeah.
How does he know all
You're surprised?
Yeah, we're planning for all eventualities.
Really?
But a couple of laps.
Do you plan for your car to blow up?
Perez on immediately trying to attack around the outside of Ocon into the braking zone at 11. Can't get through. Go on, Tom. You were going to say something about how does something.
Oh, yeah, no, never mind. I was being stupid. I said, how does he know what care? Then I realised Alonso was a lot closer to Hamilton than I thought.
The pit lane entry is still closed. It hasn't opened. I was just on board with Perez, and I saw the red X.
There's still fiery car in there. So.
Yeah, but they haven't opened the pit lane. We've gone back to green. They haven't opened the pit lane.
Was that not a slippery track flag, I thought, rather than an X?
No, that would definitely 2 X's.
Yeah, I saw an X.
Go.
Yeah. I'll have a look in a sec, because
And we
Megan
haven't
keep an eye
had
on
the
the
pit
onboard.
lane entry open.
Yeah, DRS enabled, though.
I have two questions for Hamilton and Mercedes. One, is Hamilton really surprised that a man who he has raced against for years is quick? I mean, is there any surprise there? You should know this by now. Second of all, you cover all eventualities, do you?
It was definitely an
You checked
X.
the car just before, and yet you didn't notice anything. This car could blow up.
That's true. It was definitely an X, by the way. I just saw the replay on board with Perez. It was a red X, so the pit entry is closed. So Russell now gets eliminated from this race. 3 cars gone already as Perez tries to look up the inside as well, but doesn't make the move on Ocon. Is the pit lane still closed? That's what we need to see with the entry lines. Where's the little board?
Gonna be.
It's closed still. Yeah, it's still closed.
Still closed.
Good. With that car in
could
there,
be-
I would keep it closed.
Go on, Tom.
Yeah, it could be something to do with they haven't quite been able to get that car away yet, or, I mean, maybe...
Pit lane entry open.
Ah, great.
There we go.
Yeah. And is it a good idea for me to say that in the commentary voice chat between the sessions, I said we haven't seen a car on fire yet in relation to the supercars on fire across the weekend. So I shouldn't have said that, but I said it anyway. So I'm just going to stay quiet.
You know, probably a good time to bring up the fact that I paid £6 today to try and watch the supercar race at Melbourne, thinking they'd sorted out all their Superview things, only to find out you can't watch it on the on the YouTube channel.
Yeah,
I heard.
There is a warning on before you buy it saying.
No, there wasn't.
Oh, God. Did you get a VPN, Tom?
No, I couldn't be bothered.
Oh! Perez at the inside of Ocon with a fantastic move at turn 11 and 12. They were side by side. And sorry, 9 and 10, isn't it now? I keep forgetting they've changed the corners. And it's fantastic. And there's a move just ahead as Piastri versus Tsunoda. Tsunoda slips through, and Oscar goes down to 10th. And now Perez is about to make his way into the points as he comes in towards turn number 13 and 14, the last 2 on the track. They have the DRS. And Tsunoda and Piastri reviewed no further action for causing a collision.
2 things. One, the stewards really just aren't paying attention to anything, are they, this weekend?
No, they're not.
Second of all, for me and you, this is our second fire of the weekend. First being Alex Marquez.
That's true. Alex Marquez at the fire in qualifying.
So we're kind of getting used to fires.
Yeah, we are actually, sadly. As this is Perez's move on the inside, Tom.
In the same places.
Yeah, clean move from Checo to get through. And he's now making his way up the field. He's into 11th. And can he get top 5? Is that possible?
Yes, he definitely can in that Red Bull car. It's so fast.
Round we go. This is Carlos Sainz chasing down Gasly for 4th position. Going to go around the outside into turn 10. No, not working there. Have to try again into T11. And right behind him is Lance Stroll, battling for 6th. So the racing is continuing and going really well here in Albert Park, despite the fact that everything's changed. And Perez has passed Piastri. So Sergio Perez is up into 10th position and is making moves in all of the right places.
Yeah, that seems to be a Red Bull philosophy.
Yeah, let's see how he did it. It's down and through turn 9. I think he's even going to have the move done before turn 9 is even approaching. Around the outside on Piastri. And it's going to be a brave one. He's got it. Well done Sergio. Gave him room as well.
That was way too easy.
Yeah, it was. PlayStation easy mode. Yeah, coming on.
Me not braking mode.
Josh, I jinxed it, says Jess. Lewis, I think, should be worried about his Merc. Thank you.
I did not.
No, you didn't. I did it. Jess did it. Adam says Checo is driving fantastic. He is, but it's lap 23 of 58, and we've had a red flag, but
at least Checo's time is more believable.
Yeah, it is. See right there. Going to spun out. We've been racing for 56 minutes. We've had a red flag as well.
I just wanted to remind everyone that Checo is also in dirty air, so his time is going to be more believable because he can only go as fast as the cars in front of him.
Round the outside again. Now he's in clean air as he's got a bit of a gap to Norris. Let's see where his lap times are then compared to Max.
Now you can criticise him.
Yes, now we can criticise Megan.
Oh, I'm always going to criticise.
Starting early, I see. Starting early. 3 retirements then. Go on, Tom.
Sorry, Josh. I was going to say that actually 4 attempts off your teammate who, considering your teammate's in clean air, is quite respectable.
Has Ocon got a damaged floor? Look, in turn 1. Looks like there's something flashing underneath it. Oh, look, and...
Likely.
Yeah. There's Kim Illman, the F1 photographer, as well as freelancer. As Sainz tries to go on the outside.
He did
Gasly
have a car nearly jump over him.
Yes, he did.
We all know that's not a good thing.
Verstappen responding. 28.374, fastest first sector of anybody. So he's going faster than his 121 he did on the previous lap, but he's pulled it back. Middle sector's now an 18.413.
You have 5 seconds to everyone else. Slow down and save your tyres.
Yeah, to think of that actually.
What are you trying to achieve? Another pit stop.
I think he's good to the end as well. Jess says, Crofty's wondering why Checo is able to pass people with DRS when they have DRS. Well, Red Bull have designed a good car and has better race pace than anyone. That's why. You're right there, Jess. Oh, and the little owl has said, Mario Boyer has got a 5-place grid penalty for causing a collision. Caelan Frederick has got a 10-place grid penalty for causing a collision. That's in the Formula 3 results this morning.
Hamilton.
Long way to go on this time. Don't feel like it'll go all the way.
That's exactly what.
Because it won't, because everyone else keeps pitting too early and then thinks, oh, do you know what? Let's stay on this now. We should have been pitting about now.
Lewis feels this hard can't go all the way. Max leading the way at the moment by 5.8 seconds. Just getting the innuendos in like Rachel Brooks as well today. Keeping it going.
Fastest lap of the Grand Prix for Verstappen as well is the Ferrari goes down the inside at Carlos Sainz or Gasly.
Fantastic move for Sainz up to 4th. Gasly down to 5th. 1:21.843, Tom. Fastest lap for Verstappen, and he's 5.8 seconds ahead of Hamilton. At one point, do we just say goodnight? Oh, good morning.
Well, I think on lap 10. That was, you know, that was too aggressive for my liking from Carlos Sainz. I know in modern Formula 1, you know, he'll probably get away with that, but I don't know. I'm not a fan. I think that was quite...
Whoa!
He pushed him quite wide, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Didn't turn into the corner.
And he almost clipped the back of him as well, actually. So that was nearly Sainz going over the top into the gravel trap at turn 3. He is racing a bit risky. That's a risky one. And backed out of it wisely as well. There's Esteban Ocon, who was looking for a move, and Oscar Piastri for 11th position. This is the battle for the points-paying position. Sonoda 10th, Piastri 11th, Ocon 12th. Piastri on home soil and hometown hero. Born in Melbourne, racing here. He wasn't even born when we raced here for the first time. In 1996. Technically, we raced here in 1953, but Tom doesn't like me saying that.
Well, technically, F1 didn't race here in 1953.
Yeah,
they race their cars.
Non-championship event that came through.
But in general, they did.
Yes. Let's have a look then as well. Farah's got a 5-place grid penalty for causing collision as well, so that's coming through. Little Owl disagrees though, Tom says, love that aggression from racing from Sainz as well. As Piastri's going to try and channel some of it, trying to go on the inside turn 3, doesn't make a sense there, can't get through.
But I hate it because it's not racing when you don't give them a fair chance to defend around the outside. There's nowhere for Ocon to go. If he keeps his line, Sainz takes him out.
Yeah, it makes it more exciting.
You think it makes it more exciting?
More possibility of crashing.
That's true. And look at this now as well. Esteban Ocon's got to run on Piastri. Can he get him with the DRS? He's closing on the McLaren. Round the outside goes the Alpine, and it's 3 wide as Piastri's trying to go on the inside. Oh, that's going to be close to contact. Expertly held between the two. Ocon goes through into 11th place. Megan.
Do you agree, though, that Sainz could dial down the aggression just a little bit? I mean, he shouldn't be having enough aggression for 2 people.
Well, Charles out of the race.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
He doesn't need to make up for his lack of race.
Jess says, I was 1 year old when F1 first raced at this circuit. Eyes on stalks. Emojis.
Just to finish that point, by the way, if I can, because the Little Owl says, isn't it your job to stop the defending? Yes, but there are ways to go about it without back out or we crash.
Yeah, that's a Senna move.
That's also a me move.
I appreciate as well the sort of precedent of the new rulebook is that sort of thing is okay because he's taken the racing line, but you know, I still don't like it. I will never like it.
Yes, it is a you move, Megan. Very much so, dive bombing.
But I always make sure that it's more of I'm going to get past you when you crash.
Defending commentators champion, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, though, are we
only
on
because
equal
I
wins?
wasn't racing. That's it.
Yes, that's true. It was just between me and Megan on that. We needed a
We
feat.
are on equal wins, Joshua.
We were on equal wins.
And given that we've been racing on games for a very, very long time, that wins is probably quite big.
Ocon on Tsunoda.
Into 10th position. And gets way as well. Tom, have you remembered about IndyCar tonight? His
Not
face.
tonight.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, good.
I need to set that up, but I'm going to sleep first.
Yeah, I'm going to sleep too, but I was going to send you the file with everything on ready for you.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Yeah, no worries. As it come through. Yes, it's very difficult tonight because Josh is giving us hope, though, Tom, because he says there's a massive rainstorm, so it might delay the start of the race.
Yeah, there is.
And
I believe it's severe weather warning that was issued last night.
Yeah. So what that might
they won't
mean...
even race if it's that bad.
But I mean, I hope I don't waste all of my notes.
No, we'll race tomorrow, if not Texas. But if not, we'll just race tomorrow. But what's good about this is the fact is that Tom and Josh might have to cover for a bit with the NBC commentary, but I might get back for the actual start of the race and finish MotoGP up if we delay, because every drop of rain, it's an hour delay, isn't it, Tom? That's how it works in ovals. So we could be here for ages.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know the whole thing about the ovals, but if it is postponed until tomorrow, I like that they have the ability to do that.
Yeah.
Very nice. You know, the Americans, for being utterly useless at a lot of things, with all respect to our American friends and colleagues over at USRN and things like that, they're very good at common sense things like that. If we can't race today, we'll race tomorrow. If only we could do that at Spa.
Yeah, we should have raced on Monday, in my opinion. I agree with you there, Tom.
Wow.
Go on, Josh.
Good job. It's Easter holiday, so we're all home and not going to school, so
I don't have to go
good
to college.
job, even though it would be after school as well, but it would be quite packed today, wouldn't it? But would be good. It was a brilliant option if we could race tomorrow as well, but I'll keep an eye on the weather and I'll keep you guys updated.
Adam says thank you, Tom.
Adam says thank you.
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah. We got you there.
You're not one of the useless Americans. Don't you worry, Adam.
Adam will be joining us in the commentary box in Miami as well, the first stop, and that's in that's in about, 5 weeks' time? Yeah, 5 weeks' time as well. That's when you will join us as well, Megan, actually, thinking about it.
Isn't that the weekend of the coronation?
Yes, but it's in the evening, so we're fine. Now, let's see if we're going to see some action between Piastri and Tsunoda. They're getting quite close to each other down the back half of the circuit. Yes, you can join us as well. Look at you, Josh T says Jess. Yes, Jess still has to work. as well, and I feel sorry for Jess as well because.
Well, I mean, that's
Piastri,
that's Oscar Piastri around the outside of Sonoda down into turn 9.
Beautiful move. He's up into 11th place, and Verstappen's just done a 1:21.772, a new fastest lap of the race. Everybody, those hard tyres are 20.
People should take a shot every single time Verstappen does a fastest lap.
Well, you would probably end up like the Twitch stream that I was watching last night.
Talk us through it, Tom. This is Piastri around the outside.
Well, it's just that DRS zone down into the fast chicane. He had absolutely zero need to do anything. He just was there by the corner. It was, I mean, that's when DRS goes too far for me, when you're able to pretty much take the normal line through the corner.
At least they're seeming to catch up.
Yeah, just 8.1 difference at the moment. Verstappen's walking away with this as well.
Alonso's really catching up. He's only 3 tenths away from him.
Yeah, but he's not that far behind Hamilton.
Hamilton's a second away from that kind of whole speed.
Battle. Yeah. Hamilton's really struggling out there. Go on, Tom.
2 things, actually. First of all, Little Al, I totally agree with you saying that Oscar has been the most exciting driver to watch. This is a very impressive drive from him, but also... I wonder if Verstappen is thinking like Hamilton in that the tyres aren't going to go to the end, so he's trying to extend this gap in the hope he can do an assurance pit stop at the end. I don't know though.
Megan's just tapped to take a look at the timing screen. Fastest first sector for Verstappen, but he's not done the fastest lap of the race so far. Megan, you've taken my, you've got my T on my logo, Mog, as well on the coaster.
I'll take a shot at T.
Could you just unmute your mic? There's so much oil on that now because you've been eating crisps as well.
Whose fault is that? I usually have toast. You gave me something I don't eat, though I was hungry, so I had no choice but to eat it. And now I really want to clean my teeth.
I know, it's the morning rant from Megan.
I don't eat crisps.
Adam says we're just living in a Max v Red Bull world right now. I mean, if you saw Max Verstappen on Thursday in the media briefing as well, he put on a mullet as well. To which point are we living in a Barbie world?
Well, we were talking about this just before we came on, Joss. I am regretting changing my pick a winner to Fernando Alonso because I would have thought Verstappen would have had gearbox issues and having to retire, but it's still possible, as here is.
Side by side again, this is, that's a block and a half, isn't it, from Zhou Guanyu, trying to stop, trying to get through on Sonoda. Zhou trying to go the outside. Sonoda might get a warning for that at least, judging that instant as well, just pushing on the inside line, as I just kick Megan Sangard down the commentary area. All right.
Now that is what I do not mind. That is an example of an aggressive but fair defence.
Fair, but aggressive and fair. I agree with you there. Like it's just stepped out.
But Zhou could have snuck around the outside there. He could have.
Yes, he could. I agree with you. I'm not disputing you there. That's 100% true. So yes, by the way, how late is going to work? If it's a normal race and there's no rain, myself, Tom and Josh will commentate on the opening of the race. I'll step out the box. Tom will take over leading for IndyCar. And then as soon as MotoGP is finished, I'll come back into the commentary box and take the lead. And I'll stream my bits of IndyCar. Then we'll go to a please stand by screen. And then we'll hand over to Tom again and vice versa.
So Alonso 22.4. I think he just keeps trying to push you to use your tyres. Let's not fall for it.
Oh. So Alonso just pushing, but Hamilton doesn't believe it. So it's going to be fun later, Tom. I'm looking forward to it.
It will be. So what he's saying there essentially is Alonso's being quite smart. He knows that if he pushes, if he's got a little bit of pace in the bag, he can push Hamilton to use an extra bit of those tyres. If Alonso's happy with the way his tyres are at, then Hamilton has to basically push a little bit more. And also remember, Hamilton's punching that hole in the air as they go along. So he's having to use a lot of tyres. So basically, Alonso is being smart here, and he's forcing Hamilton to push using that extra space. Here's something out of nowhere: Sergio Perez, fastest lap of the race. I told you he was fast in clean air.
It's a 1:21.456, and now Max is going to be very angry because points are his prize. And remember how much he wanted that fastest lap back in Saudi Arabia 2 weeks ago. So Alonso's starting to push again on Hamilton. Wouldn't it be great if Verstappen retired right now and we've got Hamilton versus Alonso in Australia battling out for the race win? Oh, we can only dream, can't we? Have I just cursed it, please? No? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh well, try again
Gasly and
next time.
Sainz are close to the track, by the way.
Say again?
They have been for a few laps, but Gasly and Sainz are close on the track. They have been for a few laps, but especially now, it might get a little bit racy.
Yeah, we'll take a look on that screen as Hamilton set the fastest first sector time of anyone at 28.259, so he's trying to respond as well, but it's not working just yet as he comes through. The field's incredibly close together outside of Verstappen, isn't it? They're all in a line with each other, all the way down to Hülkenberg. Let's hear from Hamilton.
So gap to Alonso 1.2.
This can't be on the same strategy as us, mate.
If they were to stop again, Lewis, we think they would struggle with the tyres they have available.
Yeah, they do want to try and get
to
the end. I mean, they're going to ask 49 laps of these hard tyres, aren't they, Crofty?
Yeah.
When they were only targeting 35, 40-ish.
And we've used a few behind the virtual safety car, don't forget, but you're right, performance-wise, they're still stretching it.
Definitely. So, yeah, whether it's Fernando Alonso, and, you know, you can't get two more wily operators than Lewis Hamilton and Fernando Alonso. This fight is nowhere near over.
Cheers, Ted. It's not, is it? This is going to go down to the wire, Tom. And Verstappen, though, 9 seconds ahead. Come on. How on earth is Max that quick and Red Bull that quick? It's unbelievable.
It feels odd. It's so nostalgic. I'm going to be honest with you. You know, growing up, seeing Vettel winning all the races, I wasn't old enough to properly understand and appreciate how good he was back then. But now seeing Red Bull back on the top, you know, when I was growing up playing the F1 game, it was always with the Red Bull that you wanted to be in the fast car. And now seeing Red Bull back on top, it brings a bit of a smile to my face. But, you know, I have to be fair. I complained about Mercedes when they were so dominant, and I'll complain about Red Bull now. It does annoy me when we have a team that are so dominant, but I have to say my stance is sort of switching to the side of, well, it's up for the other teams to catch up. We don't necessarily need regulations to peg them back. I mean, at the end of the day, Formula One is a manufactured sport where the drivers are a part of that. So if a manufacturer's particularly good, then it's on them.
You just made my heart sink a little bit because you realise how old I am. I thought you were going to go with, I remember the days of Michael Schumacher dominating Formula One. When you said Vettel, and I remembered he'd retired, I now feel incredibly old because I grew up on Schumacher dominating Formula One year after year after year. Oh no. I feel old.
Wow.
God, I am old, aren't I? Blimey.
Top 5 teams. Top 5 are all different teams. You've got Red Bull, followed by Mercedes, followed by Aston Martin, followed by Ferrari, and then followed by an Alpine. As here comes the battle for 12th. It's Joe Tsunoda and Magnussen, and this is Magnussen.
Oh, Magnussen's through on the inside. We didn't even see him on the TV pictures. Magnussen sends it through and gets up into 13th position ahead of Tsunoda. Well, that came out of nowhere. But yeah, feel old now. Jordan says Max is staying on the top. Sorry, too bad Red Bull did the homework. Yeah, Red Bull have completely swamped it as well. They've done the amazing work as well. They got ahead. They got the understanding of the old regulations in time in 2021. 2022, they walked away with it. They had a bit of challenge from Ferrari. I still think last year Ferrari was the quickest car in the field, at least for the first half of the season. But then the strategy department just failed. There's Daniel Ricciardo, an upcoming Red Bull driver. He's going to be in this car next year, replacing Sergio Perez, and I'm looking forward to seeing his Formula One career at Red Bull. Nice young man. Anyway, I'm really looking forward to the fact that Red Bull this year are the strongest they've been, I think, Tom, since 2013.
Yeah, no, they are. This is their once again, the dominance of Sparks. I mean, last year was incredible. They were the best well-oiled machine. Very, you know, Christian Horner's running a very tight ship. Red Bull. You know, in my mind as well, I think Adrian Newey is the greatest engineer ever in Formula One, but the chief engineer anyway. You know, I'd actually hold him in higher regard than you know, all of the other names.
Gordon Murray, Colin Chapman.
Yeah, all of them. I put him above all of them.
Yeah, fantastic engineer as well coming through. Adam says, I remember that as well. Joshua, thank you. Honda history, talk about that. Yeah, 1988, 89, 90. The domination we had from the team. Absolutely fantastic stuff coming through with that. But Formula One's always been about the teams that break away, dominate the front. McLaren have done it, Ferrari have done it, Red Bull have done it, Mercedes have done it more recently as well. And it's everyone appreciates how good they are, but every single F1 fan who is a fan of Formula One and wants to see close races between everything hate it because there's no competition. But if you're a Red Bull fan, this is the best time of your life as Magnussen Magnussen gets ahead of Zhou Guanyu for 12th position. But yeah, if you're a Red Bull fan, this is fantastic as Sargent makes a pit stop. For your Red Bull fan, this is the best time of your life. But if you're a Formula One fan, all you want to see is competition. That's it. A close, exciting racing, especially after we were tantalised in 2021. And last year, Ferrari let us down. We want a good competition, a close, hard championship fight. And dominations are fun, but they get boring.
I mean, but at the end of the day, you've got to take it for what it is.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's a sport, not a television show. So I think really sometimes people are going to be dominant. I mean, you know, we've had to sit through Premier League seasons where Manchester City drop 100 points on everyone. And rather than people saying, how do we peg back Manchester City? This is disgraceful.
As he's just said.
He's really not paying attention, is he, Lewis? He knows the quick. It's a single race. Go on. Go on, John.
But yeah, rather than people saying, how do we peg back Manchester City? How do we put sanctions onto them and stop them being this dominant? We say, actually, that's incredible. The rest of the field has to catch up. And I know it's different. I know it's comparing two sports. But, you know, this is my stance on it now. Again, I didn't like when Hamilton was dominant. But yeah. I think, you know, I'll change my stance now and I'll say, people have just got to catch up.
Yeah, can I just quickly point out something which is really interesting? Last lap times, Verstappen 121.403, Lewis Hamilton 121.400, 3 thousandths of seconds separated Verstappen and Hamilton on that last lap, with Hamilton in front.
Lando's in 8th, by the way.
Verstappen's got into cruise control, I think, at this stage. He doesn't need to be much faster. Okay,
but then he's just done a 121.319.
Okay.
Never let them know your next move, is Max Verstappen's metaphor there. 121.319, fast up in the race by 0.3 of a second.
He could well still be in cruise control, just going fast.
That Red Bull, that is cruise control. It can really do 118s. It's just holding us back. Jack Doohan had a miserable weekend in Formula 2. I'm happy to see he's all smiles down there in the Alpine garage. Definitely an upcoming star.
Through the paint, I think, rather than the joy.
Oh, are we glitching?
Well,
hello, guys. Sorry about that. Are you with us? Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, hello.
Yeah.
Hello. Sorry, I lost you there. Let's go down to what myself now.
Stay there.
Omar, do you think they're all playing a game here in terms of trying to look after the tyres, but trying to get into the DRS zone at the same time? Because it's amazing how similar all the lap times are of the top 7.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I think you pit now and you lose way too many positions to make it back up by the end. So I think everyone's conserving to the end.
So everyone conserving to the end. How confident are you, as we watch Pierre Gasly here, that you can stay in this bunch until the end?
Well, you're trying to make me predict, Crofty, in about 18 laps we'll know. But that's exactly what we're going to try to do.
I'm just cheekily asking, just between you, me, and a few tens of millions of people around the world, can these tyres go to the end on your car?
If nobody else is listening, Crofty, yes, they can.
Omar, thank you. Refreshingly honest.
Okay, so no, they can't then. They're all struggling a bit out there, aren't they? They're all just desperately trying to get to the end of this race and just hope that everything's going to be plain sailing, but it's never like that in Formula 1, is it?
Although we say this, it normally is smooth sailing. It's more the allure. It's like the old everything happens in endurance racing, and it normally does. It's like, well, yes, but usually if a team's 2 laps ahead, they're going to win the race.
Hamilton, a 1:21.315. He's taken the fastest lap away from Verstappen. So Mercedes are the fastest car on the track right now. Somebody take a picture. It won't last long. Next lap, probably. There's no more words to describe Max Verstappen. He's just incredible.
Yep, 121.078 from Verstappen.
For God's sake. That's 3/10 faster. How is he doing this? I can't. He's getting so close to the 1 minute 20s.
And we could, and we probably will get it.
Gasly's got the DRS.
And yet more
and
remarkably,
Sainz.
though,
Yeah, go on.
these cars are 4 seconds down on qualifying pace.
Purple sector 1.
I don't really recall seeing a track where cars are 4 seconds down race pace compared to qualifying pace.
I don't remember it either. This is unbelievable racing what we're having right now as well. They're all just desperately trying to challenge and keep through, and nothing could stop them. I'm sat down. I don't usually sit down, but I'm trying to calculate. This is unbelievable pace from Red Bull. This isn't just a domination. This is victory of the war. He's done it.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, he's coming into turn 12 now. We'll get his lap time shortly. His purple sector 1 was 28.187 as he exits the final corner now. Pedal down, comes across the line, and it is a 120.986 for Max Verstappen.
This car is the quickest Formula 1 car I think I've ever seen. It's the fastest. I think it's one of the best. And with Max Verstappen at the wheel, forget the generation of Lewis Hamilton. This is the Max era. A true great of Formula 1. He's already a double world champion. Whether you agree with it or not, he hasn't put a foot wrong in 23. And he is doing an amazing job. With 17 laps to go in the Australian Grand Prix, he's in Adelaide in this race. Unbelievable stuff.
Do you know, I have to say, I mean, not to bring up Abu Dhabi, but I mean, we all say,
Purple sector 1.
Whether you agree with it or not, there's nothing to agree with. You know,
Yeah.
It's not going to change. He is a double world champion.
Max, Abu Dhabi wasn't Max's fault. That's the thing. That's what I always say. It wasn't his fault. It was he benefited from pitting, changing the tyres, and the FIA getting confused. Max himself didn't do anything. The team, if your argument is that Red Bull manipulated the race control, yeah, but Max still had to pass Lewis on the track, and he did it. Max is the world champion, and last year he won 17 races out of the 21. So what do you expect? Most of anyone
18
in the front.
months.
18, yeah.
By the way, 18 months.
Yeah. It's literally it. My friend just
Am I
asked.
reading the timer screens right?
Why?
That Norris has a purple mini sector in sector 3.
You're right.
120.979 for Sergio Perez.
So the Red Bull is faster. So when Megan gets back to the commentary box, she'll be very happy to see that. This is unbelievable. And Perez is going to breeze past Norris in a second.
He will, and this is why Perez is so much faster than Verstappen, by the way, because he's got that little bit of extra speed from the DRS, and he's caught up to Norris in the points of the track where dirty air isn't a huge factor in these F1 cars anyway, with the new regulations being downforce cars. But basically, he's not having to scythe his way through traffic, so he's faster through the DRS, the many DRS zones around this Albert Park circuit.
I was saying to my friend as well, she asked as well, can the hards last to the end? I don't think so. But it's about to be 9th place for Lando Norris as he lets Perez go through, because nothing's stopping Sergio Perez.
And guess what?
Megan's back in
Purple
the box.
sector 2.
Oh my word, Perez is just
Sergio
flying.
Perez. And is flying in sector 3 as well. 15 laps to go.
We've been talking, you smell of chips now. We've been talking about, oh, Mum's cooking, that's why. We've been talking, Hamilton fastest third sector. One, you were out, Megan. Verstappen did a 120.9, and then Perez did a 120.9, so they are running the same pace now.
120.697, Josh.
That's Perez. That's Sergio on his last lap time through. That's with the DRS.
What?
I think Red Bull are the Constructors' champions, you know, everyone. How quick
Shall
can
we
you do it?
start pre-recording the lines now, Josh?
And Max Verstappen is the world champion! And Sergio Perez is second. Because let's face it, he's not going to be allowed to win, is he? No, Megan's shaking her head for those of you on US Red. 15 laps to go. Come on. As Ian Birch would say, 15 laps to go. Anything can happen. This is when the race starts to get crazy. Can we see that today? Can we see that action come back through as Perez on the back of Hulkenberg coming down towards turn number 11? Will he have the inside line for a little go with the DRS? He's going to go for it on the inside and makes the move, and Hulkenberg does nothing to defend as Perez moves up to 7th place.
Do you know what I want?
Another purple sector 2.
Oh my word.
I just want someone other than a Red Bull to win at least half the times this year. Then I'll be happy.
Well, we've had 3 races, and it's going to be a Red Bull of 3 race wins at the moment. Can Piastri, so this is Norris, can Norris get ahead of Hulkenberg for 8th position? That's still the battle that we're watching at now. Lando's on course for his first ever points of the season. And Piastri's right behind as well. He's 2 seconds back from Ocon, so double points from McLaren is possible. AlphaTauri won't score any though. Tsunoda 14th, De Vries 16th. So there's still time to be found in this race.
And we have just seen Sergio Perez maintain a gap on 2 cars through 2 DRS zones.
And it's a 120.981 for Lewis Hamilton. Fernando Alonso, a 129.59. They are responding to the pressure, but it's 10 seconds the gap anyway.
Not just Red Bull that can do that pace, so I hope they are bricking it.
Well, in that case then, if Hamilton can do that pace and Alonso can do that pace, why is Verstappen 10 seconds ahead?
Because they haven't been doing it all race.
Yeah.
120.807 for Verstappen, purple sector 3.
Is that the case?
And
yeah, go on, Josh.
and he wasn't really pushing that lap. I was having a look at the mini sectors.
He wasn't pushing, you're right.
And the difference is as well that Red Bull have got this pace in the bag. I mean, Hamilton and Alonso are very much fighting each other in this race, so they're going to be going significantly faster than Verstappen is. So, to answer your question, why couldn't they do this at the start? Well, you know, Verstappen's just got that extra little bit of pace in the bag.
Purple sector 1.
Oh, here we go. Verstappen's going for it back now then.
Alonso, purple sector 1, 28.004.
Good.
He's going for second, isn't he, on Hamilton? He's sick of being third. He wants to be second. He wants to get ahead of Checo in the standings. Checo's on 43. Alonso's on 30. Checo's going to score how many points in 7th? 6? Not
6,
many.
yes.
Yeah, 6 points. That'll put him on 49. And Alonso will get 18. Oh, there'll be a point difference between them in the standings.
If he can get fastest lap, then it's the same.
Yeah, so that's what Alonso's going for, is it? So we've worked it out. So that's what Alonso's pushing. He needs the fastest lap, so he's on the same points as Perez. Because I don't think Perez is going to catch Stroll in the next 12 laps.
Yeah, 18.04. And it's the fastest lap from Alonso, 120.690 from Fernando Alonso, fastest lap of the race.
So that's what he's doing then. He wants that bonus point, because right now then they're level on points, on 49. So, yeah, well, not yet, but he needs to get ahead of Hamilton. So Alonso needs to pass Hamilton, because at the moment, as things stand, it's 16 points, which is 3 less than what he needs. He needs second ahead of Hamilton.
Yeah, I don't think he's thinking about championship more than he's thinking about getting past
Yeah.
Lewis Hamilton at the moment. 1.1 seconds for those audio only. But if you can hear my audio, I don't know how well it's coming through on US Ren. No, I mean on US Ren, it's a different microphone setup and things. It's confusing. I'd take you through the technical details of how I managed to get it so that I don't have to hear myself. But anyway, I know, I should probably learn how to be able to hear myself, but I can't do it,
Oh,
It's
I know.
terrible.
I know how I'll help you. It took me a while to figure it out. It took me 2 years, but I'll help you do it later. Or in the week, whenever it's needed, but I'll let you know. Verstappen.
Thank
you. No worries. Oh no! Max has had a spin! Max has spun! Max has had it! Look at the tyres were damaged! He's lost 3 seconds! Yeah. Max had a problem! And he's wiggling the car! Did he lock the rears?
He's wiggling the car to get the
gravel.
the gravel off of it. He's okay though. This is what Verstappen does. He pushes a little bit too hard and then he's okay. Now watching the replay now, let's have a look at what happened to him. Through into crossed corner, centre corner actually,
locked
and he's
up.
locked up the tyres. Oh, it's not a huge concern. It's not a huge concern. He's well held. It's well held. No flat spots.
Front locking on a Red Bull.
Wow. 7.6 seconds. And Perez 1:26.43. Perez the fastest lap. But, well, that woke everyone up. Do you know, I saw Red Bull slow and I thought, oh my God, have we cursed him with all the commentary we've done?
I would have been happy.
Only because Alonso will be on course for it to get ahead of Hamilton.
Yes.
Guess who's got a purple mini sector in sector 1?
I can't see the mini sections in that board. Hang on a minute. Who is
Pierre
it?
Gasly.
Oh, wow. Gasly's really flying out there at the moment, isn't he? Yeah.
Sure, it's a little bit like the F1 games when you're doing a 100% race and the AI is maybe a little bit more easy than it should be. And you spin and you still end up winning the race by 10 seconds.
We heard from Kylie Minogue in the pre-race show. Watching on. She can see ghosts, you know. Sad that that's been cancelled.
It hasn't been cancelled.
Well,
They've just
it's wrapping up,
decided to end it, which I'm not happy about.
Lando's right at the back of Hulkenberg. 1/10 between them now. 10 to go in Australia. And now, can anybody start pushing? Just watch him be 10 seconds clear again, says Jess. And what a race as well. Jordan's reminding me, Honda power. And what's taking Perez so long? That is wondering me as well.
Verstappen, purple sector 1.
27.834 for Verstappen.
So we are sub 28 seconds for Verstappen and Lewis Hamilton. Alonso 28.002.
So, big quick from Lando Norris coming out of turn 7 as well. Really struggling to keep that grip down on that McLaren. So, yeah, unless he gets past Hulkenberg, which he might do it. 4 points, remember, that's big for McLaren. Doesn't put them anywhere near, it puts them level with Alfa Romeo as things stand, because they're outside the points. So it's crucial for Lando to get ahead of Nico Hulkenberg here. He might just do it. Hulkenberg goes wide.
120.3.
We're getting to the 119s. Hulkenberg defends aggressively. Lando looked to the inside line. He has to get sent round the outside. And Lando's beginning to push as much as he possibly can. Can he find a way through, though? Slowly, catchy Hulkenberg as he comes through. Slowly, catchy Hulky.
Hulkenberg got really close to the gravel on the exit of turn 12.
Punch it. 9 to go. Here it is. Hulkenberg moved, I think, aggressively. Yeah, under braking.
He moved after I moved.
Yeah,
he did.
it's not allowed. Hulkenberg will get a penalty for that. You're not allowed to move after another driver's move. That's called moving under braking. And it's the Verstappen move, actually, that got the rule created. You're not allowed to do it. Big no-no. Also, I've noticed, somebody stopped letting Jenson Button commentate, because in Japan, we had a red flag, and in Australia, we've had a red flag.
Good job.
Who is still right there behind him. Good job.
Lando's pushing.
Right, so we're on lap 50 of 58 now, and currently with the fastest lap is, surprise, surprise, Verstappen with a 120.342. And what's that? What's just happened?
Lando's coming through, that's why he's going to try another go. Hulkenberg goes defensive. Lando tries to swing round the outside line, not going to pay off. Gets the cut back on the inside. Hulkenberg goes wide, puts a wheel on the gravel at the exit in 9. Continues to push through. Can Lando swing through? No. Sweet Lando. Not going to work out this time.
They have all wasted tyres for no reason.
Not all of them. Some pitted changed the tyre under the red flag, and some pitted twice.
Yeah, though look, some people have had 4 sets of tyres this race, and some 3. You don't need that many.
Megan again complaining about the amount of pit stops in a Grand Prix, just like she did with Scott McLaughlin.
And Castroneves.
And Helio Castroneves, yes, back at the...
Who needs 10?
10 pit stops in the Music City Grand Prix. It was quite a lot. We have a red flag, though. That counts.
Yes. Though it was shocking. The most I expected from that was 5, maybe. Not double that.
Pietro Fittipaldi. What's on? Go on, Tom.
I said at least Marshank were, honest about their tyre data at that race.
Not allowed anymore at the Rolex 24, are they? They kept the win, though.
Wow, Logan Sargent lap
They're on
time.
probation.
Go on.
28.208 sector 1, 17.922
Look at
sector
Lando.
2.
Hulkenberg goes defensive again in towards turn 11. Lando trying to get the cut back on the inside line and gets the power down. Hulkenberg goes wide. Lando's on the inside line. And half of Britain waking up can cheer as off goes Hulkenberg through the gravel. And Lando Norris has got 4 World Championship points with 8th position with a sweet move. Well done, Lando. That was a good move for a driver who's had a terrible start to the season. Hulkenberg,
Potential for a double points finish for McLaren as well, because Piastri's he's quite far behind Ocon actually. So
12?
never mind.
12? 12? When did that happen? Has Piastri made a mistake? He was right behind Ocon a few minutes ago. Is this forcing off the track from Lando? That's my question. No.
No, absolutely not. Well, it's aggressive, but I think that's on the limit for me, and that's probably just there's miles of space on the other angle. There was a lot
Can
of
we expect any more? Him and Sainz are basically best friends.
That is true.
That was a Hulkenberg mistake, definitely.
McLaren are happy. Their hard and difficult start to the season is about to be rewarded with 4 World Championship points. Verstappen will have 26, 18 for Hamilton, 15 Alonso, 12 Perez for Sainz, 10 for Gasly, and then Stroll, Perez, Norris, Hulkenberg. Ocon will have the points falling down as well. Hulkenberg off track and continued to turn 12. Yes, Lando, says the little owl. Hulk went off on his own mostly, plus Hulk did move under braking. So give some, take some, I suppose. Yeah, the FIA might just see that as a natural progression of events coming through. But Lando Norris, best qualifying was 4th back in 2022. Best race was 5th back in 2022 last year. So he's not going to go equaling his best, but it's going to feel like it's a victory for McLaren after no points and last in the first 2 races. They're going to be 8th with 4 World Championship points.
So is the MotoGP later on at 6?
Yes.
No, okay. Just trying to figure out my day.
And IndyCar's on at 5. Basically,
huh?
Yeah, IndyCar's on at 5 p.m.
How's that working?
Tom's taking over from me mid-commentary.
Right.
Yeah, we've discussed it while you were out. Or in the pre-show, can't remember which. Fire! Hang on, what's happened? What's happened down there on the straight? Someone's blown up! Puncture for Magnussen! Oh. Magnussen's got a puncture! And the rear has blown on the run down to turn 3. I just saw the sparks come off.
I'm sorry, why have we gone back to green flag?
Where's the tyre?
Yeah, where's the carcass of that Pirelli? And this will be... is this going to be...
He can't get it back going. It's got to be a safety car. This will be a safety car.
We've gone back to green flag now for some reason, even though we've got a stock car on the track and somewhere we've got a Pirelli tyre right there.
Red flag that right now. There's a tyre right in the middle of the racing line and there's no safety car.
We're not even at yellow anymore.
There are yellow flags flying at that sector. It's gone green because
Shouldn't that
he's
be a double
moved
yellow?
Yeah.
It should be a double yellow. Yes, Josh, you're right.
Rear suspension broken.
Oh, so maybe.
So it's a rear suspension failure and it's burst the tyre off. I thought coming down the straight, I was thinking, what are those sparks flying?
Am I the only one seeing that? There may be...
He's hit the wall. He's hit the wall, look. Oh, he's done it. Is that the wall come out? Yes, it is.
Why are we at
safety
car?
Safety car.
Well, this will be a red...
Thank goodness.
He's hit the wall at the exit of 3.
Only took you a minute.
Well, is that the end of the race, or are we going to go red flag and have a restart? They've set the precedent.
We can't restart it 5 laps from the end.
Well, they restarted with 2 to go in Azerbaijan 2020.
Well, they shouldn't be able to.
Well, what do we do? Do we red flag, or do we end the safety car? They
that
did.
ball juts out normally, doesn't it? That's how that's structured.
Say again.
Now, the pressing question, I was going to say that ball, I think, juts out normally anyway.
Yeah, so
but the pressing question we've got is now...
What do we do?
Does Hamilton come into the pits for softs?
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen that before, haven't we?
Yes.
But he doesn't have enough of he doesn't have enough of a buffer on Alonso in 3rd.
They're going to do it.
That would be the concern, but it's not going to matter because they're going to do it anyway.
I think Verstappen's going to do it too to cover. They may as well.
I'd end it.
Unless they... Well, thing is...
What to do it the opposite of what Hamilton does, that's the thing, or the opposite of what Verstappen does. He stayed out.
He stayed out, yeah, so is Verstappen. And Alonso stayed out too. Question is, are we ending under the safety car, or are we going to a red flag? Recovery vehicle on track at turn 3.
I'd end it because it would take the same amount of time of to get
for it to work,
a car out on the track to actually pick up the car.
Can I just point out, for this to work, it would have to be a red flag this lap. Oh my word, he hit the wall and the tyre exploded off the rim.
Oh, there was a car behind him too.
Yeah, I was wondering where the debris was coming from, because I was looking, wait, look, he hits the wall, and I was seeing the shower of sparks down the straight, and it nearly hit the back of, which one was it? Well, it was Magnussen hit the wall, so he was in front of Magnussen.
I think
it was Zhou Guan Yu.
Come off like that.
Oh my word, no, it shouldn't have done.
It almost hit him.
Well, Piastri pits. He's going to go for it. Magnussen in the wall, and the rear Prix tyre flying off. So safety car is out, 4 to go. Well, this is the question. Do we end behind the safety car, or do we have a red flag and have what we had in Baku in 2021?
As much as I detest
Piastri's got nothing to lose here, but it should get back underway. It's not a lot of clean-up to do. There's not a lot of clean-up.
So we're in for a show.
By the way.
Oh, Hamilton radio.
So much debris out here.
Hamilton wants
maybe
the
there
red.
is one
I think they all think it's going to time out, don't they, Crofty?
Well, Hamilton wants a red. I don't think he wants that. I think he wants a red flag. Little Owl says, I don't think...
red flag, red flag.
They've stopped it! I don't believe it! They've stopped it! Red flag again in Australia! We are going to have a showdown with 3 to go! Listen to the cheer! I don't believe it! The red flag is out for the second time in the Australian Grand Prix, and we are going to have a restart with 3 to go! Unbelievable! It's happened again! They set the precedent in Abu Dhabi. They set the precedent in Azerbaijan 21. They didn't follow it in Abu Dhabi 21. They didn't follow it in 2022 in Monza, and everybody criticised. They're following it now. Red flag for the second time. Race stopped. 3 to go. The race is going to have a 2-lap sprint to the end. Who says Formula 1 is boring? Soft tyres, bolt on, 2 sprints. Wow.
2 laps to go, by the way, because as Little Owl says, they've got. But I don't know if I like this. You know, you've got a precedent, and you pick and choose when to follow it. I mean, we either always red flag in situations like this, and we get an end, or we just say, okay, race over because we can't get the laps in. I don't understand why we can't just sit down and say, this is what we're going to do in this. I know every situation is different. But
This is
I don't
unbelievable.
I don't like it. I don't like it, is what I'm trying to say. Little Owl says NASCAR got the right thing, the overtime restarts. I would probably be for overtime in Formula 1, but then again, well, probably. It would be something I'd have to think about.
How would that work with fuel, though? Because they're not allowed to refuel.
It'd be easier to roll it.
Well, it's their own problem.
Megan
they could figure it out.
Megan just said they could rolling start. That's not the procedure.
It'd be easier to do a rolling start than it would to do a standing start, because then that just basically puts it into a third start of a race, and that's near the end. Personally, I would do a rolling start, though.
Yeah.
The FIA don't tend to go for the things that are actually sensible to do they?
The procedure for a dry race restart is
Red Bull
is 5 lights. That's the procedure.
Yeah, with 2 laps to go, we won't have any DRS, will we?
No. So this would be slipstream, battery overtakes, everything. Red Bull are furious. Jonathan Wheatley is now talking to Max Verstappen. They are furious. They had a 10-second advantage, and it's been nullified with this red flag. And now we have who's going to win?
I don't know.
Can Alonso actually win this?
You know, part of me just thinks, why don't we just say, you know what, sod it all off. We finished the race 2 laps early in situations like this.
Oh,
because,
like a not resumed.
I agree.
Yeah, it's what I think they should do, to be honest with you, because they've got to give a 10-minute warning as well. So everyone's going to be sitting around with their tyres on, dossing around for 10 minutes. And, you know, it's going to be 8:30 by the time we're finished.
Well, in this case... Hang on, let's listen to some team ready replay. Verstappen.
Red flag, drive directly to the pits, do not stop in the box, stay in the fast lane.
You mean red flag? Red flag, so slow down.
What?
Yep, red flag. 1 lap, 2 laps.
Will they restart this?
I can imagine they will.
It's such a messy thing. And the problem I would have is I would be okay with this as a precedent if it didn't roll the dice every time, pretty much depending on what Netflix cameras think is going to be the most entertaining. There's got to be a clear precedent that we follow. Otherwise, there is no point in doing this.
The wheel rim debris over a wide area is the cause of this red flag. They had to stop it. They couldn't clear the track without stopping it, and it was unsafe for them to go through.
Gasly is utilising this red flag for a snack break.
I'm going to go tell Dad because
Again.
take over, Megs and Tom and Josh.
More vehicles, more personnel needed on track, hence the reason for the red flag.
And at that point, just stop the race, because what is the point in doing all that clean-up?
I agree. If it's going to take the same amount of time it would have taken to actually finish the race.
Race will resume at 16:56.
If you're just going to
10-minute warning.
waste more time, right, I'll tell Joshua when he comes back in. Because if you're just going to waste more time than it would actually take to finish the race, then you may as well just stop it. Because there is no point in just staying out there to finish the race, no matter what the drivers think.
Yeah, so the car switched the lap to move into the front of the pit lane. Standard procedure to make them get their lap back. Basically the same procedure as lap cars may now overtake the safety car, but in the pit lane, due to the red flag, there
race
is
will
confirmation
resume
from race control. Race will resume at 16:56 local. So
I just realised we're all wearing kind of blue.
Yes, can I just point out?
My top is bluish green.
I just walked in, and Mum was there, and I said to her, red flag again? And they said, what, again? And I said, yeah, with 3 to go. And her face just dropped, because I said, who was Verstappen, Hamilton, Alonso? Dad's woken up, he's watching it. David's already awake. This is, I tell you what, George Russell's just hanging out at Red Bull. Brilliant use of George.
It's like, so what you doing?
He's gone alongside Max Verstappen's car. Perfect, because, yeah.
It's like, I'm not in the race. You don't have to worry about me. They're doing this.
Josh?
That's a meme, that is.
Yeah.
just chilling next to Red Bull. Just casually chilling. Nothing, absolutely nothing suspicious about it at all.
So, soft tyres to the end, yeah?
Fernando Alonso's thoughts right now from him just staring into space. What did I do to deserve this? Why am I surrounded by people who can't drive? Why am I surrounded by people who can't conduct a race?
Yeah, but Megan, can I just point out, the race is going to resume. Alonso might win.
He's also thinking, how can I make them crash into each other?
Alonso's going to be on the outside line.
Oh, God, he is. Into turn 1.
Which is a favourable line through turn 1, occasionally.
I can't
do it. Well, there is the car park.
Oh, look, a graveyard.
Guys,
of cars.
Lapped cars are being pushed to the front of the pit lane queue.
That's good news for Bottas, Sargent and De Vries.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, we picked up on that just before you came in, Joss, and standard procedure. If they race control decide, just like the safety car, lapped cars may now overtake the safety car. I'm just going to do that. There we go.
2 laps.
And
2 laps. Yeah. Australia. This race has been up and down. Go on.
What a moment this is going to be for Lewis Hamilton if he gets into turn 1.
Oh my God.
2 years in the making.
And it's a redemption for Abbey. Is this redemption? I kind of want Lewis to win now for one reason. He might finally shut up Team LH. It's redemption. True. It's redemption.
I'd love him to have a chat with Michael Massey at the podium. Oh, Ricardo and
That's
Russell
a meme.
talking.
That's a meme.
That is a meme, yeah.
How's your team doing? Oh, they're doing okay. Oh, yeah, my team's doing okay, I guess.
Can I just point out, I think Christian Horner sent George out there just to get him away from the car. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like Danny Riggs being the bouncer.
Just like, I'm sorry, George, mate, but you gotta leave. This is just violating some things. You might see any secrets we have. Really, what secrets do you have? Nothing you should know. Really, really, like the secret of why you're faster than everyone else on the grid in 2 seconds in one sector.
On this date in 1926, the 3-time Formula 1 world champion Sir Jack Brabham was born in Sydney, Australia. Can I just point out, Jess is correct. If Alonso's leading on the last lap, I'm not calling the end of this race. You are.
I know.
Anything to say? Think about it. Don't jinx it, actually.
No.
Just think of things.
I'll just say what's in the heat of the moment, and if anyone interrupts me during that, and I mean anyone, I will either hunt you down, or
I will make it.
Go next to you.
I will make sure no one will. I will mute. I will mute.
Be violent.
I will mute myself. I will mute Josh and Tom. If Alonso is winning,
Good.
you have the call.
And if someone comes into the box, I'm throwing something at them.
I'll lock the door. Go on, Tom.
Do you know, I've had a lot of odd situations commentating, especially when you had a fire in Formula E. That was interesting.
That was interesting.
I've never been threatened before.
You never.
He gets it all the time.
This is what I said. Do you remember earlier on I said when Megan gets to the commentary box, she'll either start hitting me because it's too early or shouting at me because I'm not noticing something.
I threaten a lot of people a lot of times.
This is the crash then that's caused the second red flag. Can I just point out, guys, it's not 2 massive accidents. It's 2 touches of the barrier that's caused the red flags today. It's quite light calls, isn't it?
What I don't understand is there is nothing here that requires a red flag. I don't care what the FIA have said.
Debris.
Yes, there's a lot of debris, but they could. You can drive through that quite comfortably. There's not a great. You know, it's.
Let's go through worse.
We used to be a proper country.
You mean proper sport, do you mean?
Yeah, well, that wouldn't be the
Well,
phrase.
with the amount of people that are fans of Formula 1, we could make our own country.
That's true. Red flag then, with 3 to go.
Probably bigger than the Roman Empire.
This is, I mean, this
having
is...
a look at that there. Tons of tiny bits of carbon fibre and debris. That's not good for any tyres.
They could drive through that at 2 laps to go. They wouldn't suffer brake failure until 4 laps after. Well, tyre things, whatever it's called. Punctured.
What is the sweeper there for if he's not picking up that debris? I mean, you can have a sweeper on the track and the cars on track at the same time. The problem is when you do it wrong.
And just get a broom.
I tell you what, it's just that nobody wants me to sleep. This is honestly it, isn't it? It's the fact is that...
I've told Mum tomorrow, don't wake you up at all.
Yeah, don't.
Let you wake up on your own merit.
Yeah, I'll sleep a lot and get my body clock sorted as well. Thank God we haven't got a race next weekend at all, as far as I know, because it's Easter. We get Easter off, Megan.
That's good. Especially since I am going to Paris.
Are you?
Yeah, a delayed thing for a birthday.
Well, you're not going to Paris, you're going to Paris. It's a person.
Yes.
Just to clarify that to people. So, we're going to have a restart in around about 3 minutes' time. We will have a standing start, and it will be 2 laps long. It is Baku again.
Bristol dirt race on 9th of April, though.
Am I going there? Am I going there? I don't know. I can't remember actually.
I don't believe so.
NASCAR.
Also, 12th of April, not that long away for BTCC Media Day.
Yeah, sadly, I don't think I'll get there, which is really, really, really annoying because all the things going, all the cash. Actually, saying that, I've just remembered something.
What?
The fact that I might have the cash.
And I've just... All this talking about the dates in April is just reminding me my birthday's closer and closer.
I can
4 weeks?
officially confirm it is on the calendar. It is marked as going, so I will be sure to send photos and videos in the Discord as well.
Yeah, good time to get all the systems ready for the year as well with the driver trackers and whatnot and get everything sorted there from OBS, Megan.
People won't expect me to act like an adult, will they, just because I'll be turning 18?
Megan, I don't act like an adult. I'm 23.
True,
24.
Dad doesn't act like he's 1 and he's 62.
Yeah, well, fine.
I suppose that's okay then.
Kellyanne doesn't act like an adult and she's 70.
if she watches this, and she's
She's
definitely going to put something in your birthday card.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bomb, probably.
Having a look.
I'll give a face cream.
Like, Ross Sargent and the Freeze are out on track getting their lap back.
Yeah, they are. The cars are out there, aren't they? You're right. The track has started, so they're going to go get their lap back.
You have to wait until Christmas.
Yeah. Morning, Kellyanne. All in jest. Don't worry. Don't worry. We love you.
Yeah, I
I'm
mean, I'm even
guessing-
going to plan to give you Fat's gift card, Finn.
Yeah,
Don't waste wine.
Guessing those 3
costs
cars
a
will
lot of money.
join the back of the pit lane and then go back out.
Yes, you're right. So Jackie Stewart is ready on the podium as well to give all of the trophies out in his.
He's wearing Aston Martin green.
It's a proper green velvet jacket. Looks fantastic.
He
there.
really went for a theme today.
Yeah.
I mean,
Tartan cap.
I'm guessing he's supporting Aston Martin today.
No, I don't think he is. I think it's Heineken, Megan. Heineken.
Heineken
His,
no,
Rolex,
supporting
his-
a lager then.
Go on, Tom.
His dementia charity has just been picked as the charity of F1, have they not?
Yes, it has. His great wife, Lady Helen, sadly suffers with it. Martin Brundle has just tweeted, "Get ready for a crazy 2 laps."
Why, do you know something we don't?
Martin's awake, watching this race at home, as you are. Right, this is going to be epic. The formation lap begins. We've had 56 laps of racing. Scrap it. We've had 2 starts. We've already had a red flag in this race. Scrap it. Forget it. It's 2 laps. Winner takes all in Australia. Like it or not, the sun is setting. It's time for a duel at dusk.
May as well just done these last 2 laps.
Yeah. Okay. Tom, who's going to win the Australian Grand Prix?
Max Verstappen.
Josh, who's going to win?
Oscar Piastri, Max Verstappen.
Megan, who's going to win?
I'm still going to have hope and say Alonso. I don't care if I'm wrong.
Can I just say something?
Hope.
Lewis Hamilton's going to win. Do you know why? Because in the previous 2 getaways, Max has lost positions at the start.
I don't mind if any of the top 3 win it, to be honest. I don't mind.
I don't mind if I don't mind if 2 and 3 win it. 1, you need a break.
Max might win it. My prediction for the race was Lewis Hamilton, says Jesh. He might win it. In the chat, let us know who's going to win. Max Verstappen, Lewis Hamilton or Fernando Alonso? Or will it be Carlos Sainz in the Ferrari? Doubtful.
How has Verstappen got 36 career race wins, by the way?
He has.
Because he won so much last year.
Yeah, that's a point. 17.
Oh, that's a good point, actually. I completely
Yeah,
forgot that
before.
last year happened.
17 doubled, yeah.
Seriously.
Yeah, 17. Oh, okay, fair enough.
That was a point.
That's
There's
why
a
that-
need for him to take maybe a
Fernando
year
Alonso.
off.
32, yeah. Standing start. Standing start.
He should take a year off.
Do you know those things that sort of just change your perception on things because you haven't checked the statistics for a while?
Yes.
Max Verstappen has more race wins than Fernando Alonso.
And they're equal championships. Megan. Oh. Don't worry, he might get one in about 5
How
minutes.
many race wins does Fernando have again?
32. Don't worry.
You need to get that up this year.
In 5 minutes' time, he might have 33.
He can't let that Red Bull lead beat him.
Okay, ideal situation here, everyone. Verstappen and Hamilton have each other off at turn 1. Alonso leads, safety cars out. Yellow and checker, Alonso wins.
Oh, no, they'll red flag it again, of course.
No, because they... How? Not
They
enough time
can't.
not enough time for restart.
Oh, they'll find a way.
And Sainz gets taken out as well.
Matthew's in the paddock.
Oh, God, he is, isn't he? Forgot Michael Massey's in the paddock this weekend because he's the chief at Supercars.
That's why the yellow flag was taken in for some reason for an entire minute and then left and then put out at the very last second.
I'm nervous. I'm more nervous now than I have been for the past 2 hours. This is going to be insane. A 3rd start to the Australian Grand Prix. We've had more starts today than we have the previous season so far. 3 starts today, 2 starts before this. This is going to be the 5th start. And in the 2 we've had today, Max Verstappen hasn't got away well. The clutch was slipping. He's not good with the gearbox. Hamilton was going to have the inside line to turn 1. Alonso's going to be on the outside. Like it or not.
Alonso might...
Yeah, go on.
Sorry, Alonso might swoop the both of them here.
Yeah.
We've got a prediction in the T-feed chat. Alonso dive bomb incoming. Hamilton panics and crashes into Max.
Oh my God, I'm shaking. I'm sweating. A 2-lap sprint race then to decide the Australian Grand Prix. All the cars are lined up on the grid. It's time to look to the lights. The third and final start. 3 lights, 4 lights, 5 lights. Action! It's a good start from Max Verstappen. Hamilton gonna come to the inside line. Verstappen cuts off Hamilton. Alonso round the outside, takes second place. Alonso locks up, and Sainz comes in, attacks Alonso, and Alonso spun out, and he's in the barrier. I don't believe it. Perez in the wall, and there's a massive accident. Red flag. Race is stopped again. Race stopped, and off goes Lance Stroll in the gravel. It's carnage at the restart, and Verstappen is the winner. Unbelievable! Cars in the wall, wherever you look.
That's 31. That's Ocon. So both Fernando's current teammate.
It's both. Gasly's out too. It's Perez, Alonso, Stroll, Gasly, Ocon, De Vries, Sargent, all out. Huge accident and a third red flag to the Grand Prix.
It's Perez too.
Perez is out. Look, and that's De Vries out. We knew he was. Perez, I think, has kept going. Gasly, Sargent, De Vries have stopped.
You're telling me
in the accident, Perez was slow though.
More off at turn 3.
You're telling me that only 10 drivers, the entire points, are in.
The only finishers of this Grand Prix are those in the points. Red flag, and the race will not be resumed. Huge carnage at the restart. Everyone trying to go for it on soft tyres, cold tyres, cold brakes.
Wait a minute.
Unbelievable.
Is Fernando still going?
Alonso is in 11th, and I think he has got going again, yes.
Yes.
Right, let's take a look at this. Great start from Verstappen. He cuts off Hamilton. Alonso tries the outside line. Then all kicks
Who took off Alonso?
It's Sainz. Sainz on the inside, locks up. He tags the back of Alonso. And then we've got Ocon on the track. Then all hell breaks loose. Perez off the track, as Tom noticed. And then Ocon comes back on the track and causes carnage. He's locked up. Look, and further back, Sargent's taken off De Vries as well. And then Perez coming back on the track causes a bit more drama.
The 2 Alpines took each other out.
This is pandemonium. Yeah, they did. Look, there goes Gasly and Ocon. The 2 Alpines hit each other and threw each other into the wall. And the race will not. The race will not be resumed. The race will not be resumed. Let's hear from myself now.
It's really sad to see, Crofty. We had a really good race going, and I mean it's just chaos at the start like this, and it's just a massive gamble with cars going off all over the place and having to avoid them. Yeah, I doubt Pierre even saw Esteban there.
I don't think he did.
What a restart!
I knew there was going to be a massive crash.
Can I just point out? Sainz is 3rd now, but Hülkenberg is 4th. Sainz will get a penalty for causing that crash. Nico Hülkenberg could have just taken his first ever podium in Formula 1.
Took him long enough.
Sainz should get a penalty. He should.
184 starts. Hülkenberg could get the podium.
He should get a penalty because he's just caused a chain reaction, which is to stop the entire race and not resuming.
I hope to God that they get that penalty issued before the podium ceremony, because it would be such a Nico Hülkenberg way to get his first.
I've just looked at the rules. There's precedent for this. An extra formation lap could be signalled. We might still get another lap.
They shouldn't. That would be pathetic.
No. That shouldn't
Restart
happen. If you're going to stop it.
Noted, and restart proceeds are under investigation.
Well, I'm not surprised. But there's precedent to delay the start of the race again.
But that means they're doing more laps than we actually need.
I think they're going to do one extra lap and then take us to the grid and have one more race start. But let's
just stop it. Learn to stop a race.
Well, I think that's safely going to say that we're never going to try that again.
No, never let Sainz in the front of the field or near Alonso.
Oh, we're never going to try that again, are we, with a last lap restart?
No.
So
I really don't want
you put blame on Pierre Gasly there, rightfully so.
Yeah.
You shouldn't, because
Alonso's furious.
Yeah. Well, Gasly couldn't see him. There was no way that Gasly could see Ocon. I mean, I want to call it a racing incident. It was obviously Gasly's fault, but you can't see. There's nothing he could have done, really.
Exactly. It was Sainz's fault because he caused the chain reaction, which led to all the crashing.
We've set a record here today, everybody. The first ever Formula 1 race with 3 red flags.
Oh.
Yeah, a precedent has been set. Let's have a look on board with Alonso. Look, Sainz is going to come in on the inside and just go bang. Well, Alonso got spun out here. Alonso's got spun out in 2010 here on a similar situation.
Stupid rule. How the hell you can put a red flag before?
Yeah, copy, mate.
Maybe because we don't complete a lap, we go back to the same positions. It happened in Silverstone.
Yes, we're looking at that, mate. We're on that. We're already on that. Let's just get the car back. Do you think there's damage?
No, it's okay. The car is okay.
Copy, mate. Okay.
Check this immediately.
Oh!
They should do it.
You're right.
Do it.
Hang on.
Yeah, we're on it.
He's right. Fernando Alonso's been a genius. The red flag was called before we got to the first sector point, which means the restart
Doesn't count.
Doesn't count. It's nullified. The red flag was called before we got to the end of the first sector.
So they'll have to go back to their original positions.
Do you remember Silverstone last year? Red flag came out with
Same thing happened.
Yeah, didn't get to the first sector. Had to do
They
a
didn't
whole
even get to the
restart.
first. They didn't even get to the first corner before that happened.
So we could. Yeah,
he's right.
Alonso might get third
If
back.
Alonso can start again,
Yeah. Alonso
That
might.
would be pathetic.
Alonso might start from third.
The discussion's happening.
Well, what do we? Well, hang on a minute. We've never seen this before. The red flag has come out on the last lap of the race. Nobody knows what's going on. Where are the cars either? It's because they're not in the pit lane. Where are the cars? Are they on the grid?
Well, I
are
think
they?
they're in their boxes.
Line up. Have they told them to line up in Parc Ferme? Surely not.
Well, we can't. Well, what's good? Well, hang on. Well, let's just face it. 10 of the cars, they might all be in the pit lane. They are in the pit lane.
Yeah, they are.
No, sorry, there's only 11 of them.
12, I think, actually.
Stroll's got back, yeah. Gasly, Ocon, De Vries, Sargent, all eliminated on that last race run. Blimey, this race has gone from boring and pedantic to explosion in about 0.2 seconds.
I'm not going to get back to sleep.
No, neither
Yeah,
am
I'd
I.
say the word pedantic still applies.
Okay, Ted.
In their hand. What's going to be the decider of this
So I
one?
think there are 4 options, Crofty. One is that the stewards decide, you know what, that's enough. We're not going to restart this race. The race will not be restarted.
Yeah.
And this is the order with, Fernando Alonso.
Option
not
2.
As they came into the pits with Verstappen, Hamilton, Sainz, Hülkenberg, Tsunoda, Norris, Piastri, Zhou, Bottas, Perez, Alonso, Stroll. That's option 1, that it will not be restarted. Option 2 is that it will not be restarted, but with the order that Fernando wants, i.e.
The correct
one
order,
lap
yeah.
back. Option 3 is that it will be restarted with a different starting with the first starting order, and option 4 is that it will be restarted with the non-Alonso in third place starting
Option 4
order.
is-
See what are you following me?
Yeah,
Sorry, I
we've
haven't
never
quite
had this
seen that.
before, ever.
So what they
Option 4
and if it
can't
is
happen
restarted
because it's
anyway,
precedent.
then there won't be any racing. It would just be a formation lap. It would be a formation lap, and then the checkered flag would be waved immediately. So there'd be no overtaking, and the result would stand. Now, bearing that in mind, that even if it is restarted, sorry, if there are replays you need to do?
No, this
well, we've just seen Logan's-
is Sargent hitting the back of De Vries in towards turn number 1. All hell just breaking loose. De Vries gets completely rear-ended here, and bang. What a cake. I thought this was going to be a calm race. I thought we were going to have fun, but this is unbelievable.
Given that if it does restart, there isn't going to be any change of places anyway, then surely the only decision is that
Here,
they
eat.
decide
No.
which order it is. This one that we've got now with Alonso
Or the one
and
before.
Stroll well down, or the one that we had with the restart with Alonso in third, and the rest of it,
Yeah, but Haas are going to protest this because Sainz is going to get a penalty, Hülkenberg's going to get a podium, Haas are going to get their first podium, so Haas aren't going to be happy. They've utterly screwed this up. No ifs or buts. They have screwed this up, no end. We're doing that restart.
I mean, I love the fact that Alonso could get another chance at getting the podium and the win, though they should just stop it now. It's the last lap of a race. What is the point of staying out even longer than we
I
already
just
need
remembered
to?
we have IndyCar and MotoGP to cover, and there's rain in both.
Oh, I'm not going to get any sleep tonight.
There's another concern,
on,
and
Tom.
that is that it is currently 5:10.
Oh, you're right.
In Melbourne, and it's autumn, and that light is going to get lost very, very quickly indeed. So if they can't get this started, say they take another 5 minutes to send the recall signal because they're still cleaning up the track, then all of a sudden you're not getting this race restarted again until closer to 5:30.
sunset.
But 18:13
Yeah.
might be sunset, but it gets dark much earlier than that.
It does. It really does. In fact, it's going to get dark in the next 30 minutes or so. You're right. We've had so many red flags. It's caused everything. So Jess is saying the race should not be resumed. I agree with that. I think we've had it now. Well, let's just end the race. But we need to decide the order because Alonso is right. We never
There won't be anyone left.
Fernando's right. We never got to the first sector point. The first sector, the mark for that is at exit turn 5 before turn 6. The red flag came out immediately at turn 3. So this race cannot resume. Absolutely, 110% cannot resume.
In the order that's currently standing.
Yeah, we're going to be discussing this a long time.
As is precedent, and if they go against that, then they're hypocrites.
Found the TikTok for today, though.
Final race classification will be published 4 hours the end of the race. 4 hours after the end of the race confirmed.
Well, everyone's going to argue. I would say race is not going to be resumed, and then argue what the result's going to be, because this is why we're taking so long. What are we going to do? I've never seen this. In all my years commentating on Formula One, I've never seen anything like it, as Murray Walker would say. I've never seen lap 58 out of 58 red flag. I've never seen a race red flagged on the last lap, and we're debating if it's going to restart. How is this possible?
Know what is a bit chaos, though?
Yep.
Nico Hulkenberg,
Yes,
fourth.
Hulkenberg could get a podium because Sainz is going to get that penalty for taking out Alonso. Hulk is on course for a podium. And now I don't know what I want more. Fairness or Hulk finally having a podium?
I kind of want Hulkenberg having
a
podium more.
Let's have a look at Lance
Look
Stroll.
at those brakes on Stroll.
Yeah, he was smoking way before the start of the race as well, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was already going to do something.
In towards turn number 1. Locks, he got so close there to taking out everybody. Oh, he got 2 twitches as well.
He just managed
What a moment for Stroll.
Where is he now? No, but hang on, it's about to be nullified because he's going to lock up and go straight on at turn 3.
And lock up.
Classic Lance Stroll moment there.
He's just brought out the most skillful bit of driving in the
And
guys.
that was under red flag, right?
Yes, the red flag was out by then. That's why he locked up. Red flag was immediate.
He locked up in shock.
As soon as that crash happened behind, the red flag came out immediately. What a chaotic Australian Grand Prix. This is the best Australian Grand Prix we've ever seen. And we were bored halfway through. Unbelievable stuff.
Even Daddy Stroll is out on the pit wall, so it is getting serious.
With 4 options, you could flip a coin at this point, and we would still be better than these guys. It's silly. It's getting silly. It really is.
Just no news from race control yet.
There's a
Tea party
thing
with
called
it.
money, and Stroll has it.
Everybody,
to pay off people.
Hey, wave time.
There's a thing called money. Stroll's dad has it. And he
Bribe
owns a
them.
team. Just like, if you restart this race, I will give you money.
Are you not entertained, Melbourne? I think that gives you the answer. This is amazing. This is unbelievable. And people say F1's boring. Lando's still in the car. Hang on. Piastri and Norris and Piastri, 6th and 7th. They have the choice. They have the chance here for double points. Everybody's going to complain. Hang on.
So
does Alpha.
all with points.
Yeah, Alpha 2 have got points. Sonoda's got points.
McLaren are loving this.
What do we do? What do we do?
Well,
Keep the result as it is now because that means everyone's happy and Stroll.
I don't care what anybody says. This is
not bribe anyone.
I don't care what anybody says. This situation right now is worse than Abu Dhabi.
It is.
Yeah.
Because you're not just angering one person or 2 people's fan bases. It's everyone.
the whole grid. Well, Dio Nat in the chat completely agree with this. Netflix has just coined some epic content right there.
I'm pinning that. That's our pin for this race. Ted.
For the FIA, to make their mind up on what we're going to do. So the FIA is seriously combing through everything. They'll have the stewards there, the race director, the remote operations centre in Geneva as well to help.
Yep.
That's gone into meltdown.
Lewis is just casually doing stretches and yoga.
I've made it to page 59 of the sporting regs, and I still can't find the answer.
Well,
I can't. I've looked.
Is that it's not going to be good for Alonso, basically, that they will restart it and it will be the order with Alonso at the
Danny
back.
Rick's thinking, I'm so glad I'm not doing it
getting
this
involved
year.
with... Sorry, have you got some news?
No, I was just going to say...
No, race resumption behind the safety car in the order of the previous start, minus cars out. There will be a rolling start, and as there will only be one lap left, the checkered flag will be out as they come back across the line. That is the FIA statement.
So what's going on?
That means Alonso in third place again. Alonso takes third.
I really wanted Hulkenberg to finally get a podium.
This is the letter of the law. This is from the FIA. This is an official confirmation. Race resumption behind safety car in the order of the previous start, minus cars out. There will be a rolling start, and as there will be only one lap left, the checkered flag will be out as they come back across the line. And that puts Alonso back into third. So the previous start we've just had is nullified. And because we never got to the first sector line, as Fernando Alonso said, per previous examples in Britain last year at Silverstone, what this now means is that Alonso will go back into third place. Alonso's on the podium. That's the order. Yeah.
Yeah, restart order 1, 44, 14, 55, 18, 11, 4, 27, 81, 24, 22 and 27.
So that is, that's Max Verstappen wins in Australia then, we'll know that. Hamilton is second, Alonso third, Sainz fourth, fifth on the grid then will come Stroll, then it'll be Perez sixth, then it's Lando Norris with points, then it's Nico Hulkenberg, then it's Oscar Piastri, then we get Zhou Guan Yu, and who else across the line? Then we get the 22, that's Yuki Tsunoda, then we get the 77 of Valtteri Bottas. So that's the finishing result and the restart order, and we're going to have to wait because we're going to have to restart this to take the checkered flag, which I think
means the 10-minute warning.
Yes. So we're still not done here. Yeah, you're right.
Why can't they just say, end it here? Why do we have to be out on track for the checkered flag?
Because I think the letter of the law is they have to take the checkered flag because we can't just say race will not be resumed anymore.
I never thought I'd be so disappointed.
Hang on, but no, we can because of Suzuka. Well, we got to.
Yeah, but we cut that race short massively.
I never thought I'd be
Do you know
so
what we could do
disappointed
here?
when Alonso gets a podium. I really wanted.
We could wheel the cars
on the grass
down the pit lane and wave the checkered flag in the pit lane, so they take the checkered flag still in the pit lane.
And why do we need a 10-minute wait for this?
It's the rules.
The drivers have to get back to their cars
Tom,
and get all strapped in.
Tom,
how does that take?
This is the way.
It takes 5.
But how does that take 10 minutes? I know it's the letter of the law,
His
but it's
trainer,
stupid.
Just a little knowing look to his trainer and a little grin, and he's still out of the car. And now the Aston Martin mechanics are having to shift his car. Car number 14 gets moved up.
And a reminder that just for this processional nonsense, they've now got to rejig the order in the pit lane, which will take another 5 minutes. So,
for one lap and a checkered flag.
Where's Sainz finishing?
Fun.
Sainz finishes provisionally 4th. Hulkenberg's the biggest loser. He drops back massively.
Isn't Norris 5th?
Yes.
But isn't Sainz going to get a penalty?
Yes.
So that makes Norris 4th.
Yes.
So
how can you get a penalty for something that the FIA themselves
have
rules
nullified
as a void restart?
Oh God, she's right.
It still happened. They can't just ignore this.
That's a good point. Tom's made
There's still going to be a lot of protests, so.
Yeah, but Tom's
protest.
Tom's made an excellent.
I want this order.
Tom has made an excellent point. Are you telling me that every driver that just caused that crash is going to get away with it?
No, I'm not saying they should, but I'm saying, like, how can you give someone a penalty for something that you say doesn't count?
Josh, get back in that rule because the first start at Silverstone last year was nullified. Get back in the points and see if anybody got a penalty after that red flag.
Okay. I will get back to you.
The FIA, everyone, rewriting history since 1950.
Pretty much.
No one got a penalty for Silverstone stuff, apparently.
What?
So because we never got the first sector, so the race was nullified.
I think that should be scrapped as a rule. I think even if the race is nullified for that bit, it still happened. They can't just forget it.
It's 8:19 in the morning.
Say, poor old Ocon still got to go for physio this week, probably.
Yeah.
Crash. Tell him it's nullified.
Just like, if it's nullified, does that mean it's not a race thing, so I can sue?
Leclerc's got back to Italy at this time. He's flown home in the time it's taken this race.
Does he live in Italy?
I don't know. Monaco.
Probably
It is in Monaco, doesn't he? He's Monegasque. Well,
He could live in both.
Fernando Alonso is shaking his arms out, going, "What is going on? We don't know, Fernando. Nobody has a clue."
Fernando's just like, this was easier 20 years ago.
And ask for a coffee or how they are, because Günther Steiner is
Furious,
fuming.
yeah, I'm not surprised.
Hulkenberg would have been P4, Crofty, had they set with the Verstappen, Hamilton, Sainz, Hulkenberg, Tsunoda, Norris, Piastri, Zhou, Bottas. So the big losers are Nico Hulkenberg and Haas, and the McLarens and the Alfa Romeo Saubers of Zhou Guanyu and Valtteri Bottas, who now, I don't believe, will score any points.
No, they're outside.
No, yes, they do.
No, they do.
Be 11th, won't he? Or will he be
yes.
What are you looking
no,
at?
Well, Valtteri will be 12th.
Tsunoda
Joe
11th.
will be...
Joe's 10th.
No, Joe will score a point for 10th.
Yeah,
sorry.
Joe's 10th. Okay, I'm going to run in just to see the reaction and make sure this Sky is recording. So over to you, Megan, and Tom and Josh.
Right. So I think we've established that the FIA don't know what they're doing. I mean,
I
we
am
already
so
knew that.
confused right now.
So am I. I wanted this order because it actually makes sense and it stops the race completely. And I don't care if Alonso doesn't have points in this order. One race you can sacrifice just for Hulkenberg possibly getting a podium. He deserves it after all these years. So fed up.
Wow. Diona on the in the chat. Gunther on the phone in a few minutes. Jean, we look like a bunch of bleep bleep.
Regardless, thank you everyone for the incredible support on the YouTube channel over the last 2 weeks. What was it? I was just going to double check the Saudi Arabia viewership, but I think we were upwards of 10,000. I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
14,000 views. There you go, and we've probably topped that today. So thank you everyone. It's
Little
incredible.
Owl in the chat as well. Gunther is going to bleep smash some doors after
I'll tell you one thing. I've just
that.
walked in and I've just spoken with Dad as well. He doesn't know what's going on.
I've just seen Ferrari
Race
and
will
Mercedes
resume
being
at
peaceful.
17:33. The 10-minute warning has just been given.
I thought the 10-minute warning was given 5 minutes ago.
Nope. That was the restart order.
I've just seen Ferrari and Mercedes being peaceful towards each other. What is happening?
Thank you, the Little Owl, for saying that my mic's not on there.
Shouldn't they be dueling or something?
So, I've just come back in, and I spoke with Dad. Race will resume at 17:33, for God's sake.
What is it with 33?
Yeah, that's the second time today that the race has restarted at 33 minutes past the hour. It happened 2 hours ago. Not even kidding. He doesn't know what's going on. Nobody does. Everybody's like, what's going on?
Someone take a picture of that.
There.
Why is Toto hanging out at Ferrari?
Right, go on, Tom. This is. I expected a nice morning commentary, not this. So I do apologise that you're going to have to also possibly feel IndyCar later.
Yeah, I was going to say that's going to be another 3-hour red flag just
Yes.
the race.
It's guaranteed, man.
I will say
if there's weather warnings,
Yeah.
if there's weather warnings, there's no way we get that race.
No, it'll keep getting delayed. And
I will have a look for an update, guys.
Can I just point out, if we have a weather delay at the start time, we will not go on air until we get confirmation of when the race will start for
Good.
IndyCar.
Also, why is Piastri just making funny faces at his camera? He's just making continuous funny faces at the camera, sorting his helmet out. He's making funny faces with his eyes.
Track clear.
And then the joke of this is that it also completely destroys any chance of a quick podium procedure. Because we've still got to sit through the interview that, by the way, should be on the podium. Because I can't be bothered to hear what Max Verstappen has to say about all of this. Or anyone, for that matter. In fact, if I were in charge of F1, I'd get rid of podium interviews entirely. But
me too.
Same.
I hate them so much because you can hear that in the media.
Are you ready for the weather update for Texas?
Go on, Josh.
For Sunday, the 2nd of April, there is a slight risk of severe weather across north/northeast Texas. Storms during the afternoon will be capable of large hail and a couple of tornadoes.
What? Well, welcome to Texas.
Also, bear in mind,
It's from the NWS Storm Prediction Center.
North Texas still refers to an area that's like larger than the UK, so take it with a grain of salt.
Welcome to the Texas Motor Speedway, where we've got cars going up, down, left, right, centre. It's crazier than Australia. Look at that, Toto Wolff looking at the back of Sergio Perez's Red Bull there.
He's got the idea from George.
Yeah, George has said to him, go look at the back of that Red Bull. Go on, go look at it.
I think George is now in control of Mercedes.
Yeah.
Let's just say the race will not resume.
It's not.
Because there's no reason for the race not to resume.
Yes! Turn 1 incident involving car 14 Alonso and 55 Sainz noted causing a collision and is now under investigation by the stewards.
Yes, and they're not ignoring it!
They're not ignoring it. Those accidents are going to get an investigation. So.
But then how can you give him a time penalty if the field's punched up under red flag?
Yeah, this is gonna be bizarre, isn't it? This is gonna be.
It's got to be a grid penalty, surely.
I've just seen someone with a sign saying, "Charles, I travelled a lot of kilometres to meet you." You're disappointed.
Penalty! Yes! Carlos Sainz has been given a 5-second time penalty for causing a collision, which I think is going to drop him outside of the points-paying position.
It does.
Well, should drop him back to last.
Can't you just apply that now then?
Okay,
put him to the back. Save some time.
7th.
Well,
maybe.
Well, no, because the theory would be that if they're driving under the safety car and then 3 cars spin, then he's okay.
Right. So that's a good point.
How are they going to apply?
God knows.
How are they going to apply a 5-second time penalty to something that hasn't begun yet?
Well, it'll be applied post-race. So once they cross the line, yeah.
And also, guys.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be surprised if the FIA let him serve in that.
On this day, 2nd of April, 1957, a tornado hit Dallas, Texas.
Oh wow. Should we
could it happen again?
I hope not. But it could do.
But it is quite a low risk.
Sorry, turn 2 incident involving car 10. Ocon and Gasly is under investigation by the stewards. So Ocon and Gasly are getting it. Now this is going to have to be a grid penalty, surely.
I think he's just found out.
Yeah, look at the eyes of Carlos Sainz. He's like, what?
He's just like, you gotta be kidding me.
Hand goes up. What are you doing there? So this is why the race is taking so long to restart, because they've been doing all the penalties. And of course, they couldn't investigate this penalty until after the 10-minute signal was given, because you're not allowed to activate penalties until the race is going to start. You're not allowed to do it. In fact, I thought you weren't allowed to do penalties under a red flag procedure at all. Because that's why Hamilton and Giovinazzi had to wait to get their penalties in Monza 2020.
Yes, no, but those penalties were applied under red flag.
Okay.
You didn't.
Oh, a sulking sign.
They served them afterwards. Those were stop-go penalties, weren't they, if I'm not mistaken?
Yes, 10 seconds stop-go, you're right, yeah. So it's different to these 5 seconds. So I reckon this will be investigated after the race, for Ocon and Gasly, because it's pointless applying time penalties, and it must be a grid penalty for someone, and they need to hear from both of them. So in that instance, I would not like to be off Mar Safnar, considering the fact that he has to both be prosecutor and defendant.
This doesn't affect Verstappen
Can the
and
team not
Hamilton
sort
at
of
all.
waive the penalty? Is there no way for a team to say, actually, because it concerns 2 of our drivers, we'll waive?
No, still going to be done.
This doesn't affect Verstappen or Hamilton at all.
Like, well, in that case, Senna and Prost could have been waived in '89. that sort of thing. Unfortunately, the team now must be prosecutor and defendant. Let's hear from Carlos Sainz.
Oh, more whining.
So we have 5 seconds penalty. No, it cannot be, Ricky. Do I deserve to be out of the points? No. No, it's unacceptable. Tell them, it is unacceptable. They need to wait until the race is finished and discuss with me.
It doesn't work like that, Sainz. And also, it doesn't drop you out of
Please,
points.
ask them, please, to wait and discuss with me. Clearly the penalty is not deserved. It's too severe.
I don't think your opinion matters, mate. Also, since when in the history of Formula 1 has saying please to a steward done a single thing?
Right.
Red Bull did it in 2021.
No, that was
really
Sainz's
please,
fault,
here's some
right?
money. Take it from me. It's too much. Please overlook our transgressions.
Took the words right out of my mouth, then. Martin Brundle says that's an inconsistent penalty for Sainz from a standing start in the early corners. Yeah, it is
Yes,
actually.
there should be some leniency. I mean, I still think it's a penalty, but there should be some leniency.
Stewards, say it.
He also
Then
brings a
Sainz
valid.
should
He also does bring up a valid point.
Did Sainz think he was going to get away with it? Has he got away with it so often he thinks he's above the law?
Alonso could be hoisted on his own petard because that race is nullified. That restart is nullified.
Yeah, though. Why was... Joe Sainz isn't even a world champion yet, and he's already got the winding down of one to a T. Maybe a bit too much, to be honest, if he's saying please to stewards.
Do you want to make this worse? I've just been told by somebody who's at the track, the FAA are making these decisions via Discord. I'm not kidding. The FAA are in a Discord call with Geneva. This race is being decided via Discord.
That's Eduardo Freitas' influence. In their defence, and you'll laugh at this, Discord is probably the best app to do it on.
Oh, God, yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
Like, we laugh. It is the best software to use.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, our commentary box is Discord. The commentary box we're talking to Tom and Josh in right now, it's Discord. It's the best one.
So we laugh. I mean, we can say, oh, it's not perfect. It's the best software to use. I mean, you got to. That's probably Eduardo Freitas' influence because he did that in ELMS and WEC, and it worked. It was something that happened because of the lockdown and the virtual Le Mans. He realised it was such a good piece of software.
Rolling start procedure confirmed.
Yeah, so it's a safety car on this last lap. So race will resume, rolling start. Well, we need that. We can't do a standing start to take the checkered flag. It's lights out and Max wins. Literally. Actually, let's do that. Just so that we can finally have Crofty say, it's lights out and away we go, and Max Verstappen wins. Just in a perfect sync. Megan.
I want to know what Sainz is planning to say to the stewards after the race. What do you have in your defence? You can't say, oh, I locked up, because if you remember, there's camera footage that you just slammed right into Alonso, which then caused a whole chain reaction, leading to a full stoppage of a race, because, trust me, that did cause a chain reaction because of people having to avoid each other.
All I'm going to say is, this is fun, and there's going to be a lot of protests and a lot of FIA stuff after this race, and the review show will be very fun indeed.
Final lap is the call as the race restarts. It's the strangest final lap in Formula 1 history. We've had 3 red flags in one race. 4 starts in one race is unprecedented in the top premier class of the world's motorsport. And this race is ending behind the safety car on the last lap. This will be the checkered flag. And we have the order confirmed on your timing screens. 12 finishes in total. Verstappen radio.
Okay, Max. So, plan is safety car will enter the pit lane at the end of this lap. You will then take the checkered flag. It's a rolling start, i.e. just take the checkered flag. There is no overtaking until the line.
Yeah, now, in the old days...
I hope he crashes.
In the old days, the rule was that you could go on safety car line 1, which means we would have had a race at the last corner towards the line, and Hamilton might have been able to jump for a race win. But now they've changed it back to what the old rule was with the safety car in the late 90s and early 2000s, in which the race restarts at the start-finish line. The control line is when you have to go from as well. And that is where the flag is. So that's it. Well.
You should say what you were planning.
What was I saying?
Lights out and Max wins.
Now it'll be green flag, race on, and Max wins. Thing is though, the safety car's coming in, and we are watching a parade of Formula One cars on the last lap of the race. We've had to wait around for 35 minutes for this. And we've already had the result. This is the strangest end to a Formula One race I've ever seen in my life.
That's a nice
bit
there, the water.
Australia started with 9 bonkers laps, and we looked like we were going to have a battle between Verstappen, Hamilton, and Russell. We got a red flag. Verstappen jumped into the lead, and then the last 5 laps have been utter chaos.
I'm sorry, but this makes I think it was 1856 it happened. It makes the war the Australians had against the emus seem normal. And the Australians lost twice to the emus.
You're close. It was 1900s, not 18.
Josh, did you say an F1? Yep.
Max Verstappen then is coming out of the last corner. So, will they do formation to the end? I don't think they will. It's the strangest end to the Formula One race ever. Max Verstappen exits the last corner with Lewis Hamilton. It's green flag, and away we go. And Max Verstappen wins in Australia. Hamilton is second. Alonso third to keep his podium run of thirds in 2023. Sainz drops all the way down to 12th position, which means Stroll is 4th. Perez fights back from the pit lane to 5th after 4 starts. Norris, Hülkenberg, Piastri, Zhou and Tsunoda round out the points. Bottas and Sainz out of it. Lando Norris and Oscar Piastri get their first points of the season. First ever point in Formula One on home soil to Oscar Piastri in 8th. Zhou gets points, Tsunoda 2 for AlphaTauri picking up a vital point. And the Australian Grand Prix, which started with utter chaos, ends in confusion and disgust.
Mainly disgust.
What a race, Tom. What a weird day. Let's hear from Max.
Yeah. And well done.
Yeah.
For
it
what?
took a while, but when it's a win, we take it. Good weekend.
Yeah, no, well done, mate. That was a bit of a lengthy one, but well navigated. Our first win here since 2011, so and your first, obviously. So well done and enjoy it.
Yeah, that's a really good weekend for us. Really happy with that.
So for what?
I really hope the NASCAR race later doesn't go on for 9 hours, because we've taken quite a bit of USRN chunk of radio today.
It does.
Yeah.
Right, I'm off to bed.
We're on USRN 2, don't you worry. So it's okay.
Oh, we were supposed to be on main USRN.
Yeah, it wasn't scheduled when I went to do the thing, so I just assumed you're on USRN 2, like always.
I tweeted out the link
Driver
to
of the day.
USRN 1. That's a worry.
21% of the vote. Driver of the day is Perez.
3 hours later, I don't care.
Guys, guess what?
What?
4th red flag of the day.
Red flag? Racist? What? You're right.
Who's crashing now?
We've had a red
I believe.
Red flag.
Hulkenberg
Hulkenberg
One of
stopped.
Haas's is stopped.
Red flag. Race is stopped for the 4th time.
Mega job, guys. What an amazing result. Thank you so much. So proud of you all. Let's keep pushing. Let's keep pushing.
Oh, I just wish he wouldn't.
Race is
Like now.
4 times.
It's 4 red flags. Red flag. Race stopped after the race is finished. And that's because Hülkenberg has stopped down the track.
I'm done.
Yeah,
I'm
look,
done.
he's gone out. I've completely missed it. Josh got it. It's red
Sorry.
flag. I don't believe 4 red flags in one race, and it happens after.
I'm done.
Oh, bye, Megs. Bye. Just go. We'll
Bye.
see you in Miami.
It's like, I can't
Bye.
deal with this anymore. I am generally going back to bed. I don't even care about
Bye.
the podium right now. Bye.
See you in Miami, Megan.
See you in Miami.
I think I'm with her on this one, guys. 4 red flags, and one of them happens on the last lap. The next happens on the next lap. We've had 3 red flags in 3 laps. What the hell is going on? Take the pots, thank you. Tom, I've lost the will to live in this. What on earth has happened? Go tell them it's red flag again.
Mason has just asked, what would you guys have done in this scenario? Well, you know, I'd have stopped the race under the safety car, like we absolutely could have done. We need a clear. At the end of the day, we can laugh about this, but we need a clear precedent. I don't like to try safety, you know, at every opportunity like some people do. But at the end of the day, someone could have got seriously hurt on that restart, and you know we shouldn't be doing restarts unnecessarily for the entertainment value. We could have easily finished that race under the safety car.
Do you reckon that's the last time we'll see a standing start red flag restart?
Yeah.
Yes, because now the FIA have got a safety thing. They'll, as always, they'll take it. But we need a clear precedent here. We need to say this is what we're going to do. You know, Little Al says that's exactly as the rules are the rules, but the rules aren't the rules of the FIA because they operate this idea of precedence and they never follow their own precedents. So you've got to stop. You've got to have your rules written a way that you can actually read them and interpret them properly.
If one of our go on. Yeah, you're right. It's got to be. If one of our viewers could just make sure that the Wikipedia list of red flagged F1 races includes that this race was technically stopped 4 times, please, that would be very much appreciated. It is the most red flagged race in Formula 1 history. 4 red flags. And Alonso spun and got third. What on earth has happened today?
Yeah, well, literally every single F1 van right now. I'm going to head out.
Do you remember
it makes you.
Go on, Tom.
It makes you want to defend Michael Massey because it's clear now multiple race directors are struggling to read these rules. I mean, you know, it's a regulation problem if we're constantly having race directors basically having to make up what to do. It's essentially what's happening.
Is this because the teams have too much influence over the results? Like over the rules?
I don't know because what influence have the teams had? I think it's just a case of we don't know what. No one knows what the rule actually is. You can read the rules in so many different ways. And you know, there's also a bit of the regulations that people... I mean, you can fact check me on this, but anyway, I'm not 100% sure, but I believe there's a bit in the regulations that says that there's a bit that says the race director can interpret how he feels.
Yes,
so
that's true, yeah. That's what got Michael Massey.
That's what got Michael Massey out of it. Well, not really in the end. He sort of got peer pressured out of it. But, you know, at the end of the day, I just think it's a case of the FIA have got to be clear. They've got to say, this is how we do things. And we'll do it.
Let's it. Yeah, I agree with you, Tom. They need to figure out what they're doing. But I'm going to have to cut you off because here comes David Coulthard.
Fernando, what a Grand Prix. Have you ever experienced the likes?
Probably not. I mean, we had a roller coaster of emotions today, and yeah, many things going on at the beginning, but then also at the end now, you know, the last half an hour it was difficult to understand what's going on, but the race itself, it was good for us in terms of pace. I think Mercedes were very fast, and Luis did an incredible job today, so I could not match the pace or not get close enough, but we take P3.
Yeah, that's what we were wondering in the Grand Prix, whether you were just pacing yourself, trying to save your tyres, because early on it looked like it would be a straightforward run to the flag, but all of that changed. And then, of course, I guess your heart was in the mouth at that red flag restart when you were spun around.
Yeah. I mean, the first red flag did help us because George and Carlos came in, so we took those places for free. And the second red flag probably didn't help, obviously, with the incident there. But you know, we got lucky again, and we had another opportunity now to just see the checkered flag in P3. And as I said, P3, P4 for the team is just amazing Sunday.
Well, you've started with 3 races, 3 podiums. What can the rest of the season bring you?
I guess a little bit higher up on the podium, because 3 third places. Let's go for a second place at least.
Okay, well, go and enjoy the podium.
Lewis Hamilton now.
Lewis, welcome back to the podium. That was a crazy race.
Oh, it was. I've got to say a huge thank you to everyone here in Australia and in Melbourne for having. I've had the best week here this week, and the weather's been amazing today, and this track just continues to put on or this town continues to put on a great show. So, yeah, I mean, I'm really unlucky for George today. On our side, we've got to look into our reliability has generally been really good, so that's really unfortunate. But otherwise, to get those points is really amazing today. I definitely didn't expect to be on the second, so I'm super grateful for it.
There's so many questions because you've been saying you feel a bit disconnected from the car, but yet come race day, that pace was good. Maybe not enough for Red Bull, but you looked fighty. You know, you really pushed Max into turn 3 on that opening start, and you looked up for it.
Yeah, I still feel uncomfortable in the car, though. You know, the car's still not, I don't feel connected to it, so I'm driving as best I can with that disconnect, and I'm working as hard as I can to try and create that connect. But I think it's it's a long project. So, but still, considering we've been down on performance, we're clearly down on end of straight pace compared to the Red Bulls. For us to be up here fighting with Aston, it's just amazing at this point of the season. And we just got to keep on fighting. Big thank you to all the people back at the factory. Let's keep pushing. We can close that gap. It's going to be tough, but not impossible.
Just want to pick up on a moment when you were on the radio quite early on the Grand Prix saying that I don't think the tyres will make it. I wasn't sure if that was you kind of bluffing to put the opposition off.
I definitely wasn't bluffing. I mean, I think, honestly, I was having to push a lot to keep, right at the beginning, obviously, to keep Max behind. And then Fernando was pushing. You know, they're very, very quick. So I think ultimately he was a little bit quicker today behind me, but I just managed to hold him off. So for that, I'm really grateful. And also just what a legend kind of, you know, we got a world champion up ahead. We've got 2 world champions in the top 3, or 3 world champions in the top 3. That's pretty mega.
It is indeed. Formula 1 2023 is excellent. Well done on your second place.
Thank you.
Won't go that far. Let's hear from race winner Max Verstappen, his 37th win of his career.
And finally, our race winner. Well, not really straightforward to get that victory, was it?
No, we had a very poor start, and then, lap 1, I was careful because I had a lot to lose, and they had a lot to win, you know, so, after that, I mean, I think the pace of the car was quick. You could see that straight away. We were always there waiting for the DRS to open up to have a chance to pass. But with these red flags, I don't know. The first one maybe you can do it, but I think that second one I don't really understand. So it was a bit of a mess. But yeah, we survived everything. We had good pace in the car today again, and we won, which of course is the most important.
The battle with Lewis on that first start down at turn 3, there was maybe a little bit of contact there. It was hard but fair.
Yeah, from my side, I just tried to avoid the contact. It's quite clear in the rules what you're allowed to do now in the outside, but clearly it's not followed. But that's okay. You know, we had good pace. We passed them anyway. But it's something for the next races to take into account.
Okay, well, let's take it a little bit further in the race, and then coming into the second last corner, you decided to go for a little trip to the grass.
Yeah, I think I did the city a favor. You know, I just cut the grass a bit more. They don't need to do that anymore in that area. So, I don't know, I locked up a bit and didn't want to flat spot the tire completely, so it ran a bit wide. But we had a good margin.
And in the end, you had to wait a little bit there before you could do that final lap to get your 37th victory in Formula 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to win here. My first win as well. It's been a while for the team as well, but very, very, very happy. But also, it's still great to see that the fans are having a good time even now. You know, they had a long wait for the whole day. But yeah, I'd say a big thank you to them as well, you know, to stick around.
Excellent. Max, go and enjoy the podium.
Thank you.
So 2018.
What a race. Lap 59 of 58 has now appeared on the lap counter with that extra red flag period. That has come up.
Are you guys ready for an insane fact?
Go on.
Prepare yourselves for this. Lewis Hamilton becomes the first Formula 1 driver to finish on the podium in 17 different seasons.
Blimey. And it all started here in Australia 2007.
And Verstappen might have been out of his grid slot on the one of the restarts, which is lighting up the internet at the moment.
Yes,
but it hasn't triggered a sensor. So the lap being voided, we know because of science that won't have an effect on it. But it didn't trigger the sensor. So.
Hasn't come up. Well, we'll ask. Let's have the top 3 in the cooldown room. Wonder which start they're showing. the original.
Super threat, and right, and that's you too, right?
Verstappen leads the title now on 69 points. Almost makes today worth it.
I mean, especially the second restart of the restart. Sure. It's because the safety car is driving so slow. You cannot have any heat. It's like ice.
Here's the second start. Great restart from Hamilton, really, but Max just got him so done early on. Kylie with a rose. She's getting into the spirit of things, isn't she?
Why is she on camera so much?
I don't know. It's really weird, isn't it? I'm just thinking to
I
myself.
don't even know who she is.
Okay.
That's concerning.
You do know who Kylie Minogue is? I really hope so, Tom.
I know she's an actor, but I couldn't.
She's also a singer.
Right. Well, I've heard the name, but that's about it.
Okay, I feel really old now. Like, right.
Even I know who Kylie Minogue is.
She's a Doctor Who companion as well. She played Astrid. Anyway. Fernando Alonso gets podium number 101, and he's third in a row. Lewis Hamilton, podium number 192. Turn to page 192. And Max Verstappen, podium 80 of his career, and win 37. The official national anthem of Formula One now. The Netherlands. And now the Red Bull national anthem, it's Austria. I am physically exhausted after this race. We all thought, 90 minutes, back to bed, all good. 3 hours later.
Saudi Arabia, by the way, was 1 hour and 20 minutes, I believe. 24, maybe.
Max Verstappen wins, picks up the Sir Jack Brabham Trophy and the gold medal. He's third out of 4 times they've been given out.
What's the medal for?
It's
Fastest lap?
No, medal is for the race winner. The race winner will get a gold medal from now on, as well as the trophy.
Why?
It happened in Abu Dhabi, and then it just kept on this year. No idea why. Red Bull get victory number 92 of their career. Somebody thought it would be a good idea to give them a medal when they already have trophies, just to sort of extend this boring procedure.
So that will just end up on eBay.
Yeah.
Or the memorabilia auction in 25 years' time.
You do know that Max lost the first one, don't you, as well? He lost it. He dropped it down the seat of an airplane. Not even joking. Fernando acting like he's 20, jumping and fist pumping the team. After 3 hours, I think we all could do with one. It's champagne time! This has got to have been the strangest, the craziest, the weirdest Grand Prix I think I have ever seen. And I've seen weird ones. It started with the opening 9 laps being utter chaos. It looked like it was going to be Hamilton, Verstappen and Russell battling it out all race long. Albon crashed, brought out the red flag. Russell was put back from the lead into 7th. Hamilton versus Verstappen down to turn 1. Hamilton got the lead, Verstappen then took it, was 2 seconds ahead by 2 corners. He dominated the race by 10 seconds. The final 5 laps, all hell breaks loose. Magnussen hits the wall, debris on the track, the red flag comes out. We think, oh, it's a 2-lap sprint to the end. The race resumes for a 3rd time. All hell breaks loose again. Gasly, Ocon in the wall. Tsunoda, Sargent in the gravel, De Vries in there too. Alonso spinning, and all hell breaking loose. We spend another half an hour under a red flag to only get told the race will resume on the last lap, but nobody can overtake. A procession to the line to make Max Verstappen the race winner for the 37th time. Alonso got put back to 3rd, and if you understood that, you're a better person than me. Let's get the final thoughts. We don't even need to talk for 20 minutes after this as well. Let's just end and go get some rest for a couple of hours. Tom, what did you make of that race?
I'm just starting to get fed up, to be honest with you, of this nonsense that they keep pulling on us. But, you know, you take the rough with the smooth, don't you?
Josh, what about you?
Chaos with a capital C, capital H, capital A, capital O, capital S, and a million exclamation marks at the end.
We're not even
Absolute chaos, absolute carnage.
Not even done yet. MotoGP coming up as well on air 5:45, lights out at 6. Texas Motor Speedway, we're on air from 5 p.m. Green flag, I think 1:30. Tom and Josh will take you through that, then I'll come in at the end. But we might have a delay for the IndyCar. We won't go on air until we get an official start time, so just stay tuned for that as well. But next up, if we thought Australia was mad, what on earth is Baku going to be like? 4 weeks' time for Formula 1. Everybody said, oh, why is it a month break? I think we all need it now. My thanks to Megan, my thanks to Tom, my thanks to Josh, my thanks to all of you for watching, all 7,000 of you on YouTube, and all those watching and listening on USON as well. It's been a crazy morning. That's it, though. We're all done and dusted. 4 red flags, 3 safety cars, and Max Verstappen still wins it all. Good morning.